Healthcare is a major issue. Okay.
Testing, testing, testing.
Will Luigi walk this year? No. Okay, companies, not providers.
Let's see, is this loud enough? I think so. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic one.
MX Matty B.
Dems pivot to anti-APAC, but still retain same donors and same attitude towards Israel.
Welcome back, MX Matty B. I'm gonna get you to chat one of these days, unless you're just a bot. You're probably just a bot. That's what I'm going with. But even if you are welcome, I need the viewers.
Dems refuse to adopt M4A as policy, float public option with no real interest in implementation. They claim affordability with no real policies attached to it. Major black market for Chinese RAM / GPUs that are created faster than the Chinese thought they would be made. Okay. What else? You need an Epstein bombshell prediction if you want to be fully Nostradamus. I mean, I also don't think China doesn't militarily invade Taiwan. This one I'm scared to write out because, like, not even because I think it's likely or anything, but the reason why I'm scared to write this out is because whenever I fucking say shit like this, the opposite happens. You know what I mean? For someone who always talks about revolutionary optimism, you sure have been pretty doom-pilled lately. Don't forget about making some positive predictions. Brother, sister, the emperor, there's a difference between maintaining revolutionary optimism in spite of what my predictions are. Like, what do you mean? Maintaining revolutionary optimism doesn't mean, like, just make stuff up that you think is going to happen. Right? Just, oh, well, yeah, we implement Medicare for all. The fuck? Like, what do you want me to say? Yeah, oh, rents drop. Rents are actually super cheap now, magically. Every landlord decides, you know, we've actually farmed the working poor a little too hard. I'm going to say invade in air quotes so people don't misunderstand me. Um, got any major predictions for the Luigi trial? I mean, yeah, he goes to prison. Like, what do you mean? Um, Clavicular is nominated to replace Cash Patel. No, but I do think Cash Patel's out. Cash Patel fired. Or steps down, if you know what I mean. Winky face. Um, what else? What else? What else? Kirsty Noam? Nah, she's fine. She stays put. Dan Bongino's already out. We don't annex Greenland. Zoran prediction. I mean, I don't really know about the Zoran stuff. Zoran gets yelled at by the left flank for not being revolutionary enough, or because they misunderstood.
Man, they do not want this video to show up. Where is it?
A policy.
Might have to hit up Yield Twitter.
He's implementing. It's already happening. Yeah. Zioron. Mossad Dani. I love that they call him Zioron now. I added the Mossad Dani. That's gonna stick. Delete this? No. I love the Zioron thing is so funny. It's like AOCIA. AOCIA, they're gonna say Mossad Dani now. I invented it. Remember. Hassan wants to be a Maoist poster so bad. I do. I think the Maoist standard English is so good. Hassan Log's actual good one. Virus lockdown due to CDC and municipal health rollbacks. You think there's going to be a lockdown? Are you crazy? You could literally have Omega COVID killing people, every day by the dozens. And this administration will be like, it's illegal to stay at home. Okay? Underrated piece of Maoist standard English is Bernie Settlers. Instead of Bernie Sanders, Bernie Settlers. That's awesome. Zioron canceled. Oh, dude, this is why. Yeah, Zioron Mossad Dani. Dude, look, why did he post this? What the fuck? Boycotting our ally Israel would be a horrendous mistake. Urging my neighbors of the co-op to vote no on Tuesday. This is fucked up. Ludwig speaks Maoist standard English now, apparently.
Oh, snap.
Ludwig,
I started the stream.
Yeah, Ludwig
Sitting
will.
here looking for stuff.
Ludwig is exactly who I'm talking about when I say like people will be more open with their politics. Like they'll slop tubers and regular influencers don't talk about politics, push back against right wing shit. Ludwig is a great example of this. Like you'll see.
Okay, you can be quiet now. Oh yeah, what was I looking for?
He's the guy in full black. Yeah, you don't have to type it out though. Yeah, you don't have to type anything though. It's all right. Bruh, it turned into a hide and seek. This guy thinks he's like so demotivating or something. He's just saying give up.
Oh god, I got 35 videos in here. Shut up. Oh, they're all pretty short.
Yes, I did. Oh, there he is. I see him. Oh.
Oh god, except that one. Okay, anyway.
Joining me here again from the
Wait, you see him? Another white team.
Kitty, can you shut up? Hey.
This guy's saying hurry up like as a... Actually?
Alright, let's get this video started.
Mass Torch Conference 2025. Jared Zisser. Jared, come on in. Jared, I'm going to switch cameras here. You have a seat. Jared is taking over Ring of Fire. Come on in a little bit closer.
All right.
I know we got to get you on camera there. Jared is taking over Ring of Fire Radio from Farron Cousins. Of course, big part, one of the big reasons why I've been coming to this conference for now 10, 12 years, I think it is because I used to do Ring of Fire with Mike Papantonio and the guy who used to be Robert Kennedy Jr. And over the years, I've interviewed Fred Gray, who was Rosa Parks' attorney. I have interviewed public interest law firms. There's interesting cases and really interesting lawyers here. Some, who are real anti-corporate zealots and go after these corporations. Have seen a lot of really bad stuff, and from year to year, the cases change, but the intensity often remains the same. And so it's great to have you out here. When do you officially start on Ring of Fire?
So I officially start on November 1st. So everything's getting set up at the moment, and very, very excited.
And all right, so give me a little sense of your background. Well, before we get there, actually, so you were out in Portland.
Yes, I just was.
Yeah. Tell us about that. When exactly were you out there?
So I was in Portland, I think about a few weeks ago now. And my followers actually on Instagram are the ones that asked me to go out there because, news was telling them 5 different stories of what was actually happening. And they wanted to know if there were actually, war ravaged streets in Portland. So I definitely accepted the challenge and I flew out to Portland, and wow, I mean, being as someone who served 2 tours in Iraq when I was in the Marine Corps, this was probably the closest I've ever been to seeing something, I will say war ravaged, but I will clarify, basically it was only that way because it seemed DHS and ICE wanted it to look that way. And that sounds very conspiracy theorist, but I get that. But everything that was being done on purpose. And actually, the one thing that was probably the craziest was the fact that there were around 4 to 5 right-wing very popular, famous right-wing agitators that were showing up and just instigating and trying to start fights.
Okay, so you get out there, and give me a sense first of like how
Start
big of an
gaming until
area
people
within
join.
Portland is any of this activity taking place? Like I'm saying, like, you know, could I be in Portland and not know that any of this was happening?
You could be 4 or 5 blocks away and have no idea this was going on unless you walk towards the facility.
And so it's just around the facility.
It's a block at most.
Okay, all right.
It's a block at
And
most.
Portland's not a massive city, but it's a pretty big city.
It's a big city.
And so we're talking about one block
Yep.
of activity.
Yep.
Okay. So you walk up to
shit.
that
I need a
block.
drink.
What do you see? Like a guy in a banana suit?
Yeah, well, actually, a guy in a chicken suit. He's pretty famous. He's there all the time. Yeah.
I'm familiar with the chicken
Very
suit
nice
guy.
man. You'll see many different inflatable animals that are just dancing around,
Yeah.
having a good time. You will have protesters that are using their First
Now,
Amendment
are
rights to
they
scream.
inflated with some type of explosive gas?
No,
Okay. I just
the air around them.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
do due diligence here.
it's actually funny because it's not funny, but it's terrible. Actually, most of them are probably filled with pepper air because of the amount of pepper bullets that are being shot. That's being shoved right into those suits, and those people are inhaling basically constantly that which from what I understand, based on limited research, can cause cancer and other diseases in the future.
Okay.
But no, nothing explosive.
Okay, so you go up there. How many people were you there at night though?
I was there until 4 in the morning sometimes.
Okay, 'cause
I stuck
I
around.
heard it got really hairy at night.
Yeah, we've even had a Molotov cocktail thrown at us
Oh, is that
at
right?
night. Yeah, and someone attempted to basically light the tent area where the protesters were staying on fire while they were sleeping.
Wait a second. So someone throws a Molotov cocktail at you, and someone tries to. Why would protesters light their own tent on fire?
They wouldn't at all. No, this is literally their home. Some of them have been there for over 120 days. You know, they'll maybe go home every once in a while or to somebody else's house to shower. Some of these people even sold their homes so they can actually be out there protesting to get rid of ICE and to stop the kidnappings that are happening all through their city.
So if the protesters didn't light their own tent on fire, did they throw the Molotov cocktail at
No.
themselves?
No.
So the Molotov cocktail was not thrown by protesters at ICE.
Liberty
No.
Somebody
Twitcher.
threw it at the and who and did you have a sense of who?
What's up?
No,
Feel free to
unfortunately
try.
not.
Feel
So
free to
what
chat
that
with
actually happened a half
questions.
hour after I left that night. Things got
Answering
increasingly worse, which is
political
why I started staying
questions,
later in the
entertaining
evenings,
political
including
discussions,
almost getting run over. And I have
watching
videotape
political videos while
of
gaming.
people in cars that were literally doing circles and coming around and trying to hit you with their cars. And no, these were not protesters. These were people that, you know, did not agree with the fact that people are out, you know, exercising their First Amendment right to let the government know that they're not okay with what's happening. And I don't know if they're being paid or what it is, but it certainly seemed probably.
Was that reported in even the local press?
I think one channel hit. It was sent to me by one channel. Somebody sent me a video of somebody. One channel I think did hit on it, but it didn't do very well. So no, I mean, the only people that were there were Fox, and Fox didn't really go live on the air until one of the right-winged social media influencers was able to incite something, and then they would run over to the camera and the host.
Sorter guy. What is that?
So
guy's
Nick
name?
Sorter was arrested days before I got there, and Nick Sorter was not there when I was there. There were other prevalent individuals that were there that were also being allowed into the ICE facility and on the
course someone's
rooftops
calling
with
me.
the
Oh, of
ICE
course.
agents while they were shooting at everybody, including myself, and they were
Hello?
videotaping it, while obviously having laughs and smiles with the ICE agents. This is one thing that killed me when I was there. They were having a ball. I was really hoping that these ICE agents were like following orders, even though not that it makes it better, but not necessarily enjoying what they're doing. The amount of laughs, high fives, and everything that I saw on those rooftops with these ICE agents and the smiles, the smirky attitudes that they were giving people really showed me how close we really are to the 1930s. I mean, you talk to people and they, that had family in the Holocaust and everything else, and they mention how these German soldiers were acting. And I was just really hoping that they were doing this against their will because they needed to provide for their family. They were filming it. They were putting it on social media. They were having a great time. It was really heartbreaking actually to see. It was really heartbreaking because they're not throwing rocks at ICE agents. They're not doing anything they're not supposed to be doing. They're literally, I mean, they're screaming. That's protected.
The protesters, right?
100%. And
that's so. And you've got ICE guys. So the idea is, these are not guys who are not happy about this. These ICE operatives are just thugs who have finally had the shackles taken off them,
100%.
and they have the opportunity now to fire whatever it is, pepper balls or tear gas at people, and they're loving it.
They loved it.
Okay,
what the hell?
let's turn from there and go to DC. You were there for the days that DC was federalized. This is when the cops, the city cops, were essentially augmented with some weird collection of federal corrections officers, ICE, FBI, probably DEA, ATF, and they were all of a sudden beat cops.
Yeah.
Walking around. Yeah. What was that like?
Oh man, that was really my first experience with seeing civil liberties being stripped from people in plain sight, and something I didn't think I would see personally. But even a woman being told she was going to be taken to jail with her like 3-year-old daughter on the street because she refused to identify herself to a Metropolitan Police officer. And once that police officer saw me filming, they actually turned around and walked away. Like situations like that. Or, I mean, a gentleman who was pulled over in the middle of the night. Luckily I was just on the right street on the right time. It was probably like around 1:30 or 2 in the morning. And he had a expired license. And I heard, and this is just what I heard, and people around me heard it as well, he was a DACA recipient. So he was here legally. He was totally supposed to be here. He was still had 15 agents that were manhandling him and cuffing him and throwing him into the back of a unmarked vehicle and taken away. And these things were insane. And then just the overall fear that was being, it really put into perspective when I was carrying an M16 in Iraq. You know, in these towns and these cities with just civilians that had nothing to do with anything that was happening. Like I was in a pizza place at like 1:30 in the morning because I didn't eat all day because I was literally just running through DC and getting as much on camera as possible. And an ATF agent, FBI agent, a DEA agent, and I think it was 2 DEA agents walked in with M4 style assault rifles just at the 45 degrees. And there was a woman, this woman that was sitting there trying to enjoy her food, who literally just started having like panic attacks. Like she was triggered by it in such a way where she was crying and everything. And I walked up to these police officers, federal agents, and I was like, you need to lower your weapons. Like, this is not, you're ordering a pizza. What are you doing? Like, just drop your weapons, point them at the floor. There's no reason for you to be at a 45-degree angle waiting for somebody to come out of the back room and start shooting at you. And this woman was just like, literally like convulsing. She was like so scared of this. So they they instilled so much fear in the DC area. And I'll tell you right now, I was out. So as soon as they announced it, we booked a flight and I left. So I was there from the very beginning. And I'll tell you right now, I stayed in a very sketchy place because I wanted to make sure my money could go farther while I was there.
Right.
And I didn't have any, I was outside of a nightclub that had 4 vehicles out there from 6 p.m. until 3 in the morning, just trying to scare the locals that were just trying to go to the club and have a good time. You know, and I talked to even security professionals that were there. I even talked to a few FBI agents. You know, I had asked probably like 50 before one would talk to me. And even they were like, well, you know, this is very highly unnecessary, but we're doing what we're told to do. And we're trying to be as, you know, gentle as we can be, which he said that, but what I saw otherwise was not the fact. It was horrible. I
imagine amongst those people, there are some that realize like, I'm just got to do this because it's my job. And others who are like, this is a great time for me to go and crack heads in a way that I never had the opportunity to do so. You know, it's funny you say that about the 45-degree angle, because Brian back in the office, also a vet, and he's always talking about like, these guys don't seem to even have a clue as how to hold their weapons.
No, it's really
Have you
interesting to know.
noticed that? I mean,
Yeah,
as a former as a former Marine, like that, have you noticed that?
I did. I mean, look, 45-degree angle, holding a assault rifle at a 45-degree angle. I mean, my rules of engagement in Iraq were if they break 45, that is intent to cause harm or kill. So if they break 45, do what you have to do. So the fact that somebody's walking around town at a 45-degree angle is not okay. They can leave it slung facing down. That's totally different. But no, I don't think these people truly understand. First of all, I think they're completely removed from the situation that's around them. They're being told something and they're being fed this narrative. You know, we've seen several videos online where ICE officers are arguing with, you know, their sergeant or whoever about, you know, protesting is a constitutionally protected activity. And then they'll shut them down and say, no, this is not right. Do your jobs, do what you're supposed to do, or basically get out. You know what I mean? It's a really tough place to be. And I'll be honest with you, it was a lot for me to take in. Those 2 trips especially were, I mean, after Portland, I don't think I posted for 2 days.
Really?
I did not post for 2 days. I called my therapist up and everything. And I was like, I just need to kind of run through everything that happened, because what I saw was, I mean, one event, Sam, that sounds a little more conspiracy theorist, but it's like I witnessed it in real time, was there was an order for the National Guard, I believe it was the Texas National Guard, to come into Portland. That got shut down by a judge. And then 2 hours later, 2 DJI drones flew out of the ICE facility. One went down one street, one went down another street.
DJI?
Oh, like the brand of like the drones everybody
Okay.
buys. Sorry. And then 2 ICE officers with, you know, like 4K cameras on gimbals come out in plain clothes. And everybody's just wondering what's going on here, you know, and this video is on my Instagram. It's insane, but about 70 to 80 ICE officers came out, fully battle ready, gas masks, everything. And basically pushed everybody back 2 to 3 blocks in 2 different directions. And fired 400 to 500 rounds of pepper bullets and rubber bullets and flashbangs and smoke and tear gas and all of that over. They spread it out to about 4 blocks, and then just decided, okay, let's bring everybody back in, and slowly retreated back inside after they got all their footage. And then that footage went live on the DHS Twitter.
Of course it did.
Twitter, yeah, on X. And then President Trump then said, okay, cool, we'll send the California National Guard in
I
instead.
got a boogie.
And then that got blocked as well. It seemed as if he got told no, and then he created this 4 to 5 city block just covered in smoke and
I
explosions.
think
and gunfire.
Merkley has talked about this like fake riot, essentially, they
Yes.
were trying to create.
And I was on the ground, and I have that entire thing on film. It was so intense.
And what like what was so difficult for you to get over? Did you have like some? Were you a little bit? I mean, I imagine there was some idealism in your joining the military in the first place.
There was. I took an oath. I 100% took an oath when I joined the Marine Corps that I feel is more important now than it ever was before. And this is my way of contributing to keeping democracy alive and keeping this experiment in this country going. And my way, I don't want to be the person that's asked 20 years from now that when these people were just trying to make a better life for themselves and they were being kidnapped in the middle of the night and thrown into trucks and sent to places they've never been, did you do anything? I don't want to be the person that says no. I want to at least be able to tell my kids, hey, look, I stepped up. I went and did what I thought was best for me, and that was starting my Instagram, my TikTok, my YouTube.
What's up?
I joined Ring
Hey,
of
can
Fire
you,
to make sure I can speak to a broader
can you hear me over
audience,
the video okay?
and did
Let me
what I
know.
could to help people in
I had
this
to change
country,
the volume.
whether they were here
last stream.
legally,
I don't know if
illegally,
I overcorrected.
as long as they were trying to do something better for themselves and for, I mean, God,
I am
how
on the
much
video.
money did immigrants put into our federal system?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's ridiculous, and so
Well, I think what we're going to see out of
Okay,
ICE is
all right,
it's
give me a
going
second.
to expand, and
I think so.
it's not just going to be geared towards immigrants. It's not going to be geared towards
Last time,
legal residents.
last stream,
It's
someone
going to be geared
in
towards
the chat
everybody.
said they
There's
couldn't
gonna
hear the
be-
video
you're
at
gonna
all.
have A lot of guns. There's going to be a lot of these thugs. And
Is that better? Can you hear me over
Donald
the
Trump
video,
does
or is
not
it
want
is the video
to
still too
lose
loud?
elections?
Nope.
So maybe those kids will not even be allowed to ask you that question.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I mean,
No, I
that's
hope
it.
I hope that's not.
I mean,
I hope not.
I
but-
half joke, but I do think that on some level, like when you start to see what they're able to, right
For a
now,
second.
9 months out from Donald Trump taking power, the absolute and real dollars growth in ICE, the growth in their capacity
How about
to
now?
feel they have
Is that better?
power and have no accountability, where we will be, and the rate of acceleration of these things, where we'll be 9 months
Awesome.
from now, it's a pretty scary.
I want to make
thought,
sure that
but,
people can still hear the video, but I also want to make
congratulations,
sure
Jared. I really think that
that people can
you're
hear
gonna do
me
great
over
on
the
Ring of
video.
Fire.
Thank you. Thank you
Uh,
very
how have I been?
That type of perspective,
Meh.
having gone out onto the
Trying to
streets
be,
and seeing this stuff, I think
Trying to be lazy
lends a.
until I got to go back to school here
we
in
hear
a couple
about
weeks.
this, but for you to actually be out there seeing it, I think it's pretty impressive and good work. Where can people find that footage on your Instagram?
Yeah, so my Instagram is Jared Zisser. It's a JERRODZISSER. It's the Take with Jared Zisser.
about
that
yourself?
is
How was,
actually
how was
pinned
your
to the very
Christmas and
top
New
of
Year's?
that one incident I spoke of where they were trying to show a war zone is pinned right on top.
It is impressive how they go out there with their dongles. I mean, you do production, but they're out there making a movie every day.
They
There's
are.
always got.
They're making a movie.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And then any ads you're seeing or commercials that they're promoting to join ICE, that is from the Portland facility. I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of LA in there, a little bit of Chicago, but most of that is the Portland facility.
All right, Jack. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
All right, guys, we got to talk about Venezuela because it is, by the day, it's getting worse over there. So take a look at this. CNN says, exclusive, CIA carried out drone strike on port facility on Venezuelan coast. So now, according to CNN,
Pretty well, actually.
the
That is
CIA
good to hear. I am happy to
is
hear that.
already committing crimes inside Venezuela proper. This is, by the way, completely and utterly illegal, but nonetheless they proceed. So Ben Norton says the CIA is now launching drone strikes inside Venezuela,
Think I need to
reportedly
take over
with
another
help
closet.
from U.S.
Nah.
Special Operations Forces. This is an act of
Cycle
war.
out your
The U.S. is
clothes.
waging
If you haven't
a
worn them in a
colonial
year,
war
they
of aggression
go.
in Venezuela to try to impose a U.S. puppet regime that will privatize its oil, gas, and minerals. Okay, that's exactly what's going on here. Now, what's interesting is there's still a controversy around this, and people are still debating this. And if I scroll down here, you might see Alejandra Castillo says, friend, this is the
No
truth.
obsession
It
with
wasn't an
collecting
attack.
expensive
It was a
clothes."
fire, an accident. And then they have something here coming out of Venezuela explaining how this was some sort of factory and there was an accident there, and that's what led to the explosion. But Trump had came out and said, we did an attack in Venezuela. We did an attack in Venezuela. That's what happened. And so when Trump said that, then the media reported that he said that. And then you had this piece in CNN saying it was the CIA that carried out the drone strike. So you're getting conflicting information, right? Where
I love having a collection
some
of
people on the
everything
ground are saying no, it was an
clothes-wise.
accident. The CIA and Trump are saying that was us. We did the bombing. But I still have even more updates for you. So this is the video of what happened.
Cerquitica de NASA. Si no logran apagar esa verga rápido.
So you can see the fire here. Very big
De
fire.
los techos. Frente a la casa,
Same thing.
pero tuvimos que
I'll
venir.
talk to you again before you go back to uni.
More explosions here. So again, people are still
I think-
debating
I
whether or
think
not
go back to, like, the
it
20th or
was
something.
the U.S.
time.
government that did it, or if it
hell?
was an actual accident and an explosion. And it seems like people in Venezuela are the ones saying, no, this was
No
actually an accident.
rush.
But what does that say? It's weird that Trump tried to come out and say we bombed, and the CIA is also saying we bombed. And, like, I don't know. It's just very strange that at this late day we don't have all of the information yet. Like, we don't, like, nothing seems certain over this, okay? But here's something that is certain. Ready? John Jackson says,
asked him.
the first physical evidence in the Caribbean boat strikes has washed up, and it contained marijuana. Not cocaine, not
You
fentanyl,
asked
but a
too.
substance that is legal in 40 of 50 U.S. states.
Why
so,
was that
this is
modded?
also something we talked about. We know.
What are you
that
talking about?
Most, very likely, most of the people who were killed in these illegal bombings
Why was what modded?
of boats were fishermen. In fact, we know some of the families. There was a family in Trinidad and Tobago. There was a family in Colombia. There's
Check
a
the
family in
mod
Venezuela.
log.
They've killed over 100 people. They've bombed over 20 boats. What they're saying here is,
Oh,
it's true that
all right, give
some
me
of the
a
boats
second.
that were bombed were
I
smuggling
don't think I
drugs.
have that pulled up right
They're
now.
smuggling
Give me a second.
weed, which legal 40 out of 50 states. It's, you know, Trump himself was saying we're going to downgrade it. We're not going. It's not going to be Schedule 1 anymore. We're going to let Biden's thing go through where it becomes Schedule 3. So like it's not viewed as that harmful. And so they're bombing fishermen and marijuana smugglers. I mean, that says it
Why
all,
is it
doesn't
not
it?
showing up?
That says it all. They do not give a fuck about these innocent people that they're killing. They could not care less.
The hell?
Why? Because they're brown, because they're poor, because they can, you know, look like macho men over it and fucking vice signal
weird,
to the
I'm not even
Republican
seeing it
base
on
on
here.
social media and post videos of it where they say, you don't mess
Huh.
with the United States of America, man. And that's what this is. And that's why they call him Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath. And that's why Trump is a fucking war criminal. And so you get all of these horrible, horrible
Yeah.
updates. Again, I've yet to see an update
Moderation.
when it comes to this story that's good. There hasn't been a single
Kitty,
thing.
shut up.
Like, you blink and it's, oh shit, now they bombed another. They just did the other day. They bombed another, I believe, either 2 boats or 2 people, and it was in the Pacific. Which is like,
I'm seeing like 0
what is that
blocked
about?
items.
Why, like the
So
Venezuela,
weird.
that's got nothing to do with the Pacific. So are they just also like, I don't give a fuck, we'll bomb Mexican ships too? Like, what is going on here? The warmongering is completely and utterly out of control. I mean, they don't even know what the fuck's going on anymore.
Yeah, like it's not.
So anyway,
It's
I'll
not
ask
showing
you
up
guys,
on
what does it
anything.
say
Like,
that Trump said they bombed
Twitch didn't even
in
want it to
Venezuela.
get to the mods.
The CIA, according to CNN,
Whatever
says
you
we
typed.
bombed in Venezuela. But Venezuelans
should
are on
do
the
a call with
ground
Jarrett, too.
insisting
Nah,
no, this was actually an
he's,
explosion. I think I
uh,
read it was like a chicken feed plant or
He's
something like that.
he's a
And it was an
lone
accident.
he's a lone runner.
But what does that say that there's like a disagreement? And what do you think actually happened? But I don't know, man. I'm still concerned of a full-scale, all-out
Oh, that one
regime
showed up.
change war.
Oh, 3-way.
You know, there
Oh
was
my
reporting
God.
that Trump was basically
I
going to
don't
keep
know.
bombing fishermen
I allowed it.
until Maduro steps aside. Like that
It
was
showed
what
up
some
that
of the
time.
speculation was and what some of the reporting was. But clearly, he's not going to fucking step aside. And so, what happens then?
I don't know why it modded
Are they
that.
going to go
There's
in
no
guns
reason.
blazing?
That's stupid.
Is it going to be more CIA stuff? Is
That's
it going to be drone
fine.
strikes? Is it going to be, fighter jets? Is it
three-way.
going to be a ground
Think
invasion?
But
they've been saying over and over.
think
we're gonna
sexually.
we're gonna go in soon. We're gonna do it. Which, by the way, I'll also say this: the fact that Trump's saying it
I
was a
asked
bombing,
Jarrett,
and
though.
CNN says the CIA also says that. That alone, okay, boom, you got it. Grounds for impeachment. Let's go. Let's go.
I wouldn't get
Because
my hopes up.
It's not even up in the air. It's not
He's a cool
question.
dude.
Everybody knows you have to go through Congress. I mean, I would argue even the strikes on the boats, even that's illegal,
talk
even that's
like that.
unconstitutional.
Well,
even that is
Twitch
impeachment worthy.
Doesn't know
But,
the difference.
You know, people have convinced themselves for whatever cockamamie reason that that's technically not an act of war, so it's okay. Okay, but then if you're bombing inside of a country that we don't have a declaration of war with, that is objectively a war. There's no way out of it. You can't weasel out of that. So by Trump announcing that we bombed there and the CIA doing the same thing, you are effectively tattooing on your forehead, impeach me. And so what I would say to Democrats is, fucking get on it. Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey. And we got so much there. The question is, which argument do you even use to try to impeach Trump? Because there's so many to choose
Oh
from.
my God. I need to.
Whether it be the Epstein file stuff, whether it be the illegal war in Iran and the bombing we did there, totally illegally, whether it be Venezuela, whether it be the emoluments clause and the corruption where Trump's making billions of dollars off the White House. Like, all of that stuff is completely and utterly illegal. It's a high crime, and he could be impeached for it. I mean, that's the bottom line. So if you're taking credit for it, okay, then you're going to get full credit for it, and we're going to make sure we try to impeach your ass over this, because this is unacceptable. And all the fucking right-wingers who screamed about how they're the ones against regime change war, well, now you have an opportunity to prove it, don't you? Now you have an opportunity to prove it. Will you stand up to Trump as he loses his mind and goes full warmonger neocon imperialist?
Oh my God. I
That's
need
the
a third
question.
screen so bad.
And for some reason, I doubt that they will.
I can attack.
I
Of course
doubt
I'm
that they
gonna
will
attack.
stand up to him. They're going to silently go along like they do with every other fucking thing. But you know what? Your boy lost a step. He lost his fastball. He's at fucking 35% approval rating.
I just ordered the
And
new.
so
now
now
iPhone.
you're
no,
committing
I
political
use Android.
suicide if you go along with him. It reminds me of the guy who was it? I forget the guy's name, but there was this Republican congressman
just ordered the
who
new
posted
Apple
a picture
Watch.
and is, like
Nice.
smoking a cigar. He goes, "I'm voting with Trump to block the release of the Epstein files," or something like that. Cut to a couple days later, Trump says, "I'm in favor of releasing. I don't know what you're talking about." There was so much pressure. He goes, "I'm fine with releasing. I'll sign the bill." And so this fucking idiot went out on a limb to back Trump. Ended up shooting himself in the dick.
Where am I at?
Then he had to. Then I think he said, "I'm not running for re-election anymore." Like, humiliate yourself.
I'm stupid.
I'll help you cover up the Fredophile cabal, sir. And then he's like, "Well, I'm gonna release the information on the Fredophile cabal." Oh, yeah, totally. I'm with you. All right, I'm resigning. Like that's what's happening now. So you guys want to
I'm
fucking
not a fan
march
of
with
the
him off
Apple
the plank?
operating
That's my
system.
question for you Republicans.
I'm
Do
not
you want
like
to march off the plank for him?
I'm not like a
Because that's what
fuck
effectively
Apple
what you'd
kind
be
of
doing.
attitude.
If you
like,
let him
I
get
honestly
away with
don't
all
care
this
one way or
stuff.
another.
Which,
It's just
you know,
my
we're dealing with a
preference.
sundowning, you know, dementia-having, early Alzheimer's president, and you guys are still gonna fucking ride this bitch into the rocks? That's what you're gonna do? All right, well, good luck with that. Let me know how that goes. Good luck with that. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
I think it's me.
It is you.
Oh my goodness, this is the first time I've ever called in. I'm Scarlett. Hi.
Hi, Charlotte. Wait,
Scarlett.
Scarlett? It's the first time you called in, you
Scarlett,
got
yeah.
on?
I did. I
Wow,
wasn't
that's pretty
expecting
good.
it.
That's pretty good. What's on your mind? Where are you calling from, Scarlett?
Yeah, well, today I am in Fayetteville, Arkansas, but I actually lived in Memphis, Tennessee for several years and have a lot of friends there. I've been pretty closely following the Memphis task force happening there right now. So, yeah, I wanted to shout out, first of all, I don't know if you've ever checked out MLK 50, they're a small local news source there, and they're doing some really great reporting right now, especially on the task force. So just want to shout them out and definitely look them up. They're, I think, some of the best reporting in the area right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess one thing I've been kind of reading the reports and of course, there's the usual bullshit of them, having a lot of low-level traffic stops and all that. But they keep harping on the recovery of missing children. And I don't know, I guess I'm curious if if anyone is just, because from what I understand, right, like when the news puts out stuff about missing children, you get this picture of like cute young kids, being abducted by scary thugs, and when in reality, like, it sounds like a lot of these missing kids are teenagers who are running away from maybe a bad home situation or LGBTQ without a safe environment, or they have a parent who's
Abusive.
maybe
in some
legally
way.
not supposed to have them. Yeah, so I guess I'm curious if I see that as a news point all the time, and I don't see anything really diving into the real story on that. So just curious if
It's an
of
interesting
anyone
thought.
who's doing that work.
It's an interesting thought because we've spoken about this, I think, within the context of like the school board fights and the panic around trans kids, which is that there's a exploitative, there is a kind of parent that is more reactionary, controlling, and wants their child under their thumb, whether it's religion or sexual orientation or gender identity, that is anxious about a loss of control or has a reaction, to I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. What were we saying? That is worried basically about their children being outside of their control. Sam just had to get up for a second. And that might be a part of it too, what they're tapping into there.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tennessee recently passed something to restrict health care for, trans minors.
Right. Right.
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that
There's an
dynamic is in play
anxiety.
there.
There's an anxiety that
Yeah.
a certain kind of parent has that where they, not to psychoanalyze it too much, but that, and they tend to be, religious fundamentalists, where the child is not allowed to be an individual or an extension of themselves. And so there's like a whole kind of, political, the right-wing political operation that feeds into that anxiety, and, maybe gives some sort of outsourcing of blame to immigrants for a failure of their personal lives.
Yeah. Well, and I just think too, like, if they're so concerned about kids and missing kids, maybe that, all the money that's going toward the overcrowded jails and judicial systems in Memphis now because of the overbooking in the jail, like, that would be better spent, right? Like,
of course,
investing in food and education for kids and their families and, basic needs of families. So it's really, like, you could do so much more with those resources if they were actually focused on that.
Absolutely. Sam, you're back?
Yes.
Hey, welcome
well, I mean,
home.
I listen. All of this talk about protecting children by this administration is bullshit. They don't care. I've got a story here, and we appreciate the call. We'll get to this, but thank you. Of ICE picking up a kid,
Hello,
an
welcome
autistic
home.
kid, and holding him for 50 days, and nobody knew where he was. Do we have that clip? What is that? I mean, this is the idea that they're doing anything other than essentially trying to get rid of immigrants. And they're just, I mean, that's where they're starting, right? Because now they're going after refugees in this country, perhaps the most vetted of all people in the country. They're going after green card holders. They're going after people who are here legally. They're immigrants, but they're here legally. They're not citizens, but they're here legally, and they're just deporting them because they're not citizens. They're, what is, I got this story here. There's a story here of, let's play this clip.
We begin with a reunion between mother and son more than a month in the making. The pair were reunited last night outside the federal detention center where the 15-year-old was being held. Fox 26's Andy Rodriguez breaks down what was said at the reunion.
This all started back in October when Emmanuel was reported missing by his mom after he disappeared in Spring Branch. We know Houston police retrieved the teen, calling ICE to see where he should be placed after HPD said Emmanuel Gonzalez Garcia claimed to be from another country. He was subsequently placed into the Office of Refugee Resettlement, where he's been for the past 48 days. That is, until last night.
Nada, me sentía mal.
¿Sí?
Todos los días que estaba con, bueno, que me quedaba.
This is 15-year-old Emmanuel Gonzalez Garcia telling Fox 26 how he felt bad about being held by ORR, constantly asking after phone calls to his mom Maria when he might be released.
Porque yo quiero.
Just 48 days ago, Emmanuel was reported missing, found by HPD, and transferred into ORR custody.
So public that believe in a mom, that a mom should be with.
Friday night, he was released back to his family.
No me lo creía, gritaba como loca, y andé mi mamá, y andé mi...
Emmanuel's mother, Maria Garcia, says she couldn't believe it. She called her mother, her family, everyone she knew, to let them know the news.
Le digo que hagan las cosas bien y que tomen un poco más de conciencia.
But she also spoke out against Houston police, claiming she felt failed by the department, calling to other mothers in the community to not be afraid to speak up when it comes to their children. We reached out to the Office of Refugee Resettlement to see if they had any statement in regard to Emmanuel's story. They said they don't comment on specific cases.
This is not an administration that cares about
Protecting children.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Almost like this is not the administration that cares about law and order as they break every law. You know, almost as if this administration is not the one that cares about. I mean, a lot of the things that they say, they'll just basically say that we're going to bring prices down. No, it's really about enriching the people at the very top. They will project and say exactly the opposite of what they're going to do in order to say anything to cover up the true intentions of the fascist regime.
Here is a perfect example. A British woman detained by ICE agents. She turned up at the ICE services offices in San Diego to finalize paperwork to secure her permanent residency. So she's here legally.
So that explains.
She was put in cuffs, scroll down. She was stunned as she was taken away from her shocked American husband and newborn baby. She apparently had overstayed her visa, but insisted, she was told by her immigration lawyers, that this is commonly forgiven when filing for a spousal green card. And the fact is, it's not a crime. I'll just reiterate this from an immigration attorney.
Yeah, well,
it
our
is
administration
not
thinks
a crime.
that being an immigrant is a crime,
Overstaying
so
a
it doesn't matter.
visa does not disqualify you from a green card. So she was eligible for a green card. She was going in, she was literally going into the office and pulled her away from her 6-month-old baby. It's nuts.
Yeah, and the number one, you know, accusation is a confession thing too, is about protecting children. I like, we have no idea. We will not know for years if there have, how many copycats in terms of these ICE Gestapo people have gone around the country and abused people and kids with masks on their face because we have legalized the idea of this Gestapo going around without any identification in unmarked cars and stealing people off the streets because they are a part of a class of people in this country that doesn't have full rights, and it's being exploited by this administration. Because like these fascists, they need a marginalized other to distract from what they're doing to the rest of the country. And they have picked immigrants here. And communities are standing up, but my God, like, especially I worry about these kids. We've seen many videos. There was that 15 or 14 or 16-year-old girl who was being manhandled by ICE like that. The people who operate in this way go after you if you're weakest, and they're predators. And so that's why they're going to be targeting kids increasingly, I would imagine.
20 to 30,000 kids staying home from school in Charlotte because they don't want to be terrorized by ICE. That's even kids that, you know, come from documented families but are worried about being profiled.
Yep. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Hey guys, Tim Miller from The Bulwark here with my 2026 prediction. Last year, 2025, I predicted that Donald Trump would have a health event. Just because that felt like the right thing. It just felt like what we deserved. This old man that like survived through the campaign would have a health event in 2025. He didn't really. I mean, we've seen his hands. They're looking very Queen Elizabeth-esque. And so I'm sticking with it for 2026. We're due. Donald Trump's due to have a health event. My new predictions, one would be that I do believe that Donald Trump's expansionist vision of the world will come into place, whether that is with troops on the ground in Venezuela or actual action in Greenland or elsewhere. It feels like he's ready to change the narrative by, you know, bringing back the Monroe Doctrine here in this country. So we'll see that. My sad prediction for the Democrats is it doesn't feel to me like the Democrats are doing the things they need to do to maximize the win in the midterms. I'm feeling like
because the
we're going to see a Democratic
Party
win in the midterms, so it won't be the
Republican
wave
Party.
needed to take the Senate. I hope to be wrong about that, and I hope things change in the coming months, but that's my sense for now.
Last year when we did one of these things, I predicted that 2025 was going to be a year of more MAGA infighting than expected. I think that essentially came true. My prediction for 2026 is a little bit the same, a little bit different. I think 2026 is the year that MAGA is going to have its big showdown over what comes next. And this is happening earlier than I expected. I think my initial guess going into this year would be that we would get this big fight at the end of Donald Trump's second term. But as you look around now, these fights are bursting out into the open kind of all over the place in a way that Trump himself is not only not really paying attention to, but seems kind of uninterested in. And for the guy who has wielded this amazing personal power over what is and is not acceptable in the Republican Party for all this time, it seemed likely that it would be as he shuffled off the stage that would create the power vacuum for these fights to exist. But because he just sort of seems so caught up in all sorts of other stuff, he's more worried about his ballroom or micromanaging the Kennedy Center or trying to get James Comey and Letitia James arrested. Because the president has taken his eye off of these fights, they're kind of going forward without him. You get guys like J.D. Vance who are now, or Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Bannon, Ben Shapiro. These are kind of like the Candace Owens, the leading figures of the what comes next after Trump, what does MAGA look like after Trump fight. And I think we're going to get it in a major kind of cataclysmic way next year, even though Donald Trump remains as much the sort of figurehead of the party as ever, and even though he has 3 years left in power. So I'm not 100% sure what that's going to look like, but I expect it to be messy and very public.
So my prediction for 2026 is that in an election year, in a razor-thin House majority, they're going to work even less days than they already said they're going to, which is always very short in an election year. This is going to be for a few reasons. One, the majority is going to be very thin. It's going to be hard to get really anything done. And two, there are right now, and there could be more, at least 18 House Republicans seeking office elsewhere. You've got like Chip Roy is running for Attorney General in Texas. You got a bunch of guys and women running for Senate, for governorships. And so the attendance is going to be really poor. And with a razor-thin majority and really bad attendance, that just means that they're not going to be able to vote on things they want to vote on. They're not going to have the votes when they think they're going to, because people are going to be out on the campaign trail. And it's going to create a lot of problems for Mike Johnson. So something I'd anticipate is that they cancel a lot of votes, a lot more than they normally have. And if you recall, this past summer, this past fall, they canceled votes for 6 weeks. Part of that was over the Epstein files, but you're just going to see a lot of not working because they just won't have the numbers to get it done.
My prediction is a Trump session, that the economy actually moves into a recession, that Donald Trump's promises that the first 6 months of 2026 are going to be somehow this big boon where the tariff money just starts rolling in. That is an obvious lie. And I think that is going to be a big contributor to the wipeout that Republicans experience in 2026.
So my prediction for 2026 is the return of Liz Cheney. I got a little pony right up here.
Democratic
and
Party
that's
will
my
find
pony.
some way to squander
You
it.
might remember Liz Cheney was the #3 Republican in House leadership. She voted to impeach Donald Trump. She led a renegade movement of some House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump. And then after he escaped conviction, she refused to kiss and make up like all
Not
the
even
other
an hour into the
Republicans did.
stream,
And
I'm
she
yawning.
would not shut
Of
up
course.
in her condemnation of Trump. And the price was that House Republicans voted to oust her from leadership, so she was gone from that role. And then Trump and his goons orchestrated a primary challenge against her and got rid of her from Congress. Okay, but she did not go quietly. In the last 2 years that she had left, she served as vice chair of the January 6th committee. She produced the best record that we have of the crimes that Trump and all of his henchmen committed during and leading up to January 6th. So when Trump campaigned in 2024, he threatened revenge. And that is why Joe Biden, you might recall, pardoned Liz Cheney and every member of the committee preemptively so that Trump couldn't go after her. Okay, so where did she go? Well, she's a professor at the University of Virginia. And you might say, well, that's not doing much. She goes around, she gives some speeches, but she could be doing a lot more. And my prediction is she will. So Democrats are going to win back the House. That's prediction number one. Prediction number two, they are going to establish a commission, not a committee, because if they establish a House committee, they need Republicans on it. You can't find any honest Republicans anymore because all the Liz Cheneys are gone, right? So they're going to set up a commission which won't have subpoena power, but it will be able to investigate, and it will produce a record of the crimes of the second Trump administration. I'm going to guess, if you make me predict specifically, I will say crimes within the Department of Justice. Crimes, abuse of power, corruption, all of that. And I believe that Liz
All these
Cheney will be
freaking wealthy
the head of that
child
commission.
rapists need
And
to
I'll
go
give
to
you one
jail.
caveat on this prediction. It might not happen until the beginning of 2027 because the Congress will come in.
Why am I
But
getting
the
another
problem is if I don't make that prediction this year, there's a risk that they'll set up the commission, they'll announce it, and they'll announce her before the end of 2026, in which case I'll be too late. So I'm going to make it my prediction for this year.
My prediction for 2026
And
is
of
a
course, I got
lot more
heartburn.
chaos in right-wing media. I think there are a combination of factors that are going to be causing that. We're going to see jockeying for 2028 from some various factions. I think if Democrats win the House or the Senate, there's going to be a lot of recriminations on the right. Donald Trump, I think, is going to continue to be unpopular. So I think people on the right, media personalities, are going to try to divorce themselves from him or try to kind of stand back from his failing policies. And I think, frankly, I think Charlie Kirk's assassination is going to continue to reverberate, create this power vacuum where on issues like conspiracy theories, some about his own assassination, support for Israel, anti-Semitism, racism. I think those are really jump balls right now in terms of what the Republican line is on those issues. And so I think we're going to see a lot more chaos, a lot more infighting, and, you know, I think a lot more interesting stories to follow.
Hey guys, it's Lauren Egan. My prediction for 2026 is that I think there's going to be a pretty big backlash to tech and AI, and I think it's going to become a significantly more dominant issue in our politics than we saw in 2025. We're kind of already starting to see the outlines of some of this. There's been some Democrats who are calling it touch grass populism, and that's the idea that basically we should all be spending less time on our screens, less time scrolling on social media, and more time investing in real life, real people, real relationships. And that's kind of more of a cultural argument that's coming from some Democrats. But I think we're going to start to see even more of an economic message come from them, especially with more and more focus on AI. We're going to hear a lot from Democrats talking about how AI companies are going to take our jobs if they're not regulated more carefully, and really trying to box in the GOP and Trump on this issue, especially since the president has been incredibly accommodating of AI companies. And I think this will become an issue in the midterms, and it's especially going to be something we hear a lot from the potential 2028 candidates as they all kind of try and lead on this issue. Relatedly, I think we're going to see a lot of AI attack videos in the midterms, and this is going to be a big problem as we all try and figure out and navigate this very messy, complicated world and figure out which videos are real and which are fake. And I think it's going to be kind of a problem in 2026. So I'm looking forward to covering all of that with you guys in the new year.
All right, so here's my prediction for 2026. I will just note before I offer my prediction for 2026 that my prediction for 2025 was pretty spot on. I don't care what Mona Charen says. I nailed it. I said the government was going to shut down. It seemed pretty obvious, but I did say it was going to be a particularly long shutdown and that it would be over some sort of healthcare, medical research type related matter. Nailed it, nailed it, nailed it. I don't think I'm Nostradamus, but I'm pretty close. So pay attention. 2026, future prediction. Again, I'm not going to go out on a crazy limb, but I do think this is going to happen. Trump is going to try to federalize in some way, shape, or form a swing state run by a Democratic governor. They're going to try to federalize that state's election infrastructure. They're going to say we got to control the voting booths. We're going to be putting National Guard there to monitor things. We're going to be doing all the counting. They're going to come up with some insane cockamamie legal rationalization for it. It's going to be intense. Everyone's going to flip out, rightfully so, and it's going to land in the lap of the Supreme Court, and I'm not brave enough to make a prediction for how the Supreme Court will rule on that. But that's my prediction.
My prediction for 2026 is that by this time next year, Pete Hegseth will still be Secretary of Defense. I know, it seems like he would be the obvious one to go because he's been nothing but an embarrassment and a source of scandal for the administration. He was already one of the least qualified people in this administration, and that's saying something. But that's exactly why I think he's going to stay. You hear whispers about maybe he'll run for office somewhere, they'll ship him out to Tennessee, something like that. But no, that would be an admission of weakness and of a mistake. and they'd have to get someone else who's equally pliable in that office. So no, I think he's going to stay for the long term, precisely because he's so unqualified, and the administration is never willing to admit that they made a mistake.
My prediction for 2026 is that the Supreme Court will strike down Trump's national emergency tariffs. The only reason I think that this is coming in 2026 is that I was expecting it to come in 2025. The Supreme Court heard this tariff case on an expedited basis and was expected to rule maybe sometime by the end of December. So maybe this video will be obsolete by the time you see it. But yeah, the expectation is that the Supreme Court will strike down those tariffs. These are the tariffs, of course, that the Trump administration has been using to negotiate whatever it is they're trying to negotiate with countries around the world, including many of our allies, and will cause lots of complications if the Supreme Court strikes them down, not only because they can no longer be used as a cudgel against our trading partners, but also because a ton of money is going to be due back to U.S. companies, because it is, in fact, U.S. companies that have been remitting those tariffs. So I look forward to seeing that happen.
My prediction for 2026 has to start with a caveat that I am terrible at predictions.
It's crazy.
I
We
never
pay
get these
more
things right, so you probably should not listen
because
to me.
the cost
But,
of the tariff is
I want to be a part of
shifted
things,
to us.
so here goes. Here's my
And the
prediction.
refund is given
My
to
prediction
the companies.
is that healthcare will be the #1 issue
Nothing to
in the
see here,
2026
folks.
election, a lot like it was in the 2018 election. It's
all working
Democrats
exactly
are going
as
to be
intended.
able to use
shit.
Republican cuts to Medicaid, Republican
not gonna
failures
kill
to
me?
extend the Obamacare subsidies, probably bring in even some of the stuff that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is doing at HHS,
How do you beat me
cuts
here?
to medical service, medical research, and use all of that to build support and power what I suspect will be at least the ability to retake the House and maybe even threaten the Senate. And Democrats will be feeling very flush about that. But here's where things are going to get interesting, because once that ends, once the election campaign is over, Democrats are going to start to think about what comes next and what they want to stand for. And here's the thing. In American history, very reliably, every 15 to 20 years, we have a big debate about how to reorganize the healthcare system. I don't mean the kind of stuff we've been doing for the last 10 years where Republicans are trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act and Democrats are defending it. I mean thinking about going forward. Healthcare is getting more expensive. More and more people can't afford it. Are we going to try some big kind of major, try to do something like Medicare for all, build on the Affordable Care Act, do something totally different? It's a really important debate to have, and I think Democrats are going to start to have that on the day after the election in November. So watch for it, bank for it. It's going to happen, except, again, I'm probably wrong.
Predictions for 2026. I don't know if I'm going to be judged by Mona for these predictions in her judge robe, but we'll see. We'll see how we do. I think I did pretty well last year. I'm not sure how she's gonna end up ruling. Two predictions for this year. Two predictions. Prediction number one: we will not know before the end of the year who Warner Brothers' eventual owner will be. It may end up being nobody new. Warner Brothers could remain a separate company. I could foresee a situation in which the regulators basically say no, nobody can buy Warner Brothers. That's too much consolidation. But either way, I do not think we will know before the end of this year that who will own Warner Brothers, be it Netflix or Paramount, which is mounting its own bid. Second prediction is #1 movie of the year. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. I can't possibly.
Nope.
You cannot possibly create a film that generates more excitement for me personally. You know, I studied ancient history in college. This was
Avengers will be the biggest one.
concentration of my history degree. I love Christopher Nolan, #1 filmmaker of the modern era, and so the idea of combining these two things into one is just you couldn't possibly ask for more. It's going to gross $10 billion. I'm just kidding, Mona, Judge Mona. I think $1 billion is definitely within reach, and it'll win. Maybe it'll win some Oscars at the 2027 awards. But either way, I can't imagine. If I come out of that movie less than enthused, things have gone horribly wrong. So keep an eye out for my review in July.
So my prediction last year was totally wrong, and therefore a very humble Mona now predicts that at the end of 2026, we will get out our scorecards on the supposed 8 wars that Trump has brought peace to, and we will tally it up and look at the results
I
and
predict
find
that
not a
30,000
single one
more
was actually
confirmed
solved.
Palestinians will be
There
killed this
were
year.
occasional ceasefires that disintegrated. There were temporary truces, but not a single actual peace deal.
Hard to come up with a single dark horse prediction for 2026 because I suspect a lot of stuff that's not really on our map is going to happen.
Shut up, Kitty.
But I think we're going to get a bunch of turnover inside the Trump administration. And I think the guys you can bank on being there till the bitter end are Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio. But I wouldn't be surprised if Dirty Cash Patel, Kristi Noem, and Pam Bondi all get fired before the end of the year, maybe even before the midterm elections. We'll see. If the Democrats really do put a whooping on during the midterms, then you could see a huge turnover within the administration. But most interesting one to keep track of is Bondi, because if the midterms are close, I expect Republicans will try to do some shenanigans to avoid seating people or contest that there were fraudulent elections.
Of course they will.
And try to hold on to the House. And in order to do that, they would need to have the Attorney General's office, probably. And so it is possible that Trump may want somebody more competent than Pam Bondi in there even before. But of those three, I think Cash is the first to go. Shortest tenure for any FBI director in history. Mark it down.
So there's some predictions for 2026.
Where is that pro bono work going? That's what I want to know, because aside from the fact that these are firms that were already doing pro bono work, they have a limited amount. I mean, I know this too. Like, they don't expand. This isn't an extra $100 million worth of pro bono work they're doing. They're going to be not doing other pro bono work to do this pro bono work. So there's an opportunity cost that's associated with it. But where are they deploying these resources? Because we could have a situation where Skaddenarb's attorneys are fighting to deport people.
And it may just really quickly make sense to describe what pro bono work is more broadly for the audience and these corporate law firms' relationship with it too, what it traditionally is and what the administration may be wanting.
Yeah, thank you so much, Emma, because I think that it's a super crucial piece of the puzzle here. So it's tough because you don't want to come on to any type of outward-facing media and act like corporate law firms that often charge upwards of $3,000 an hour for top partners, that they're on the front lines of justice work. We know that they are not, and we know the people that are doing that work are historically extremely underfunded because of the nature of American capitalism. And so we have these law firms that kind of say to people that are coming out of law school and really want the high paycheck that, okay, we know that a lot of our clients, a lot of the representations that you'll be doing are just very, very well resourced and maybe not exactly in the pursuit of justice, though they are in the pursuit of an adversarial legal system, which I think goes back to Sam's point around we need lawyers to bring cases because we don't have like a sua sponte legal system where stuff just goes to the courts when it's unconstitutional. You have to have lawyers to bring those cases. And that ties into the kind of pro bono work, because what law firms will do to kind of entice people to do some reputation management, and also I really thought because they believed in it, though it's certainly not appearing that way, as those values are kind of put to the test against losing a modicum of profit, we have corporate law firms that will partner with a variety of the organizations that you just listed, ACLU, Brennan Center, et cetera, or even kind of more local organizations. And firms will allow their associates to do that pro bono work and count a certain number of hours or unlimited number of hours. Last year, I think I did over 350 hours of pro bono work towards my bonus requirement. They'll allow them to count it towards their bonus. And so you get people who kind of, it's viewed as mutually beneficial, you're training up, you get more responsibility, you also get to work on things that you care about. And so if we have large corporate law firms that are the best resource and often ally with these organizations because they have just enormous amounts of staffing, though I did overstate and looked it up, and I think we only have like 350 partners at Skadden, which is crazy because, like I said, the revenue per year is in the billions with a B. But we have these people who are very well resourced who can kind of throw their weight and training behind these causes because otherwise they just don't have enough attorneys. And that's not because, like, thank God for big law. That's just the reality of the system in which we live and where resources have been allocated. And so I'm not arguing that that's normatively good, but it is really necessary within the legal system as currently existing. And so you have people that are being intimidated out of doing certain kinds of pro bono work. And you have all of these firm leaders saying, no, we're still committed to pro bono. But 2 weeks ago, they were saying the exact same thing about DEI. They won't put any of it in writing. And you have the government taking these firms, asking them to do millions of dollars worth of work for them, while also issuing the kinds of executive orders and guidance and fact sheets, quote unquote fact sheets. We're using that as in the way that the administration uses it. We have them putting out these things directing public interest attorneys to be punished, being stripped of their public student or their public service loan forgiveness if they work at certain organizations. So it's a multi-tiered attack. He's also attacking judges, but I think it's actually quite smart that he went to these large corporate law firms first, because it was a huge gamble. If they'd all united and stood up to him, it would have really undercut this all-out assault on the legal system. But the first time I read one of the executive orders, I said to myself, he has somebody inside doing this work who has worked at one of these places before, because he is betting on their kind of capitalistic cowardice to keep them from standing up for what's right. And I think that people's heads are so in the sand. They're so convinced that it's 2016 all over again, even though in 2016 they actually did stand up to the Trump administration. But they've been laying the groundwork for this for a very long time. The right is good at that. I have a case here that was, the opinion came out on March 14th, 2025. It's called RNC v. Justin Wetzel. It was a voting rights case. There's this judge on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in Texas named James Ho. You may be familiar. And
we should just remind people the Fifth Circuit is, there's essentially really a couple of judges down there that the right will venue shop. They will go down to the Fifth Circuit. They know there's a couple of venues within the Fifth Circuit, which is down in Texas, one of the states, where when they basically go into the lottery for judges, there's only like 2 judges there, and they know who they're getting. And there was an attempt by the Federal Judicial, essentially, Association to change that mechanism they've been using to venue shop. And they got
the
so
cats
much
didn't kill
pushback
it?
that they basically walked away from it. And so we're left with this. But that's why every time we hear one of these rulings, they'll come out of the Fifth Circuit.
Very much so. And so James Ho files a concurrence. He agrees in the judgment, no need to write an opinion. And he writes a concurrence that's 2 pages about how pro bono at corporate law firms has been biased for so long. There's another explanation. The pro bono activity in this case may just reflect the institutional bias at many of the nation's largest law firms. And then he cites some articles that are published in journals that are extremely right-leaning. We have the Federalist Society, which is a right-leaning organization on law school campuses that was founded decades ago, that put out their own journals so that people can write extremely biased things and then cite to it. It's kind of the legal journal of Fox News, and cites to things about pro bono institutional bias as if the reason that pro bono tilts towards people who do not have resources is because those firms are biased and not because that's who needs free legal work. And so this is a really just across the board, intentional, well planned out. It's brilliant, even though I think that it is normatively evil plan to undercut all of these things. And then you have big law attorneys who are convinced that they're smarter than the Trump administration.
Why do you look at me when I
and they
say
can
stupid?
outmaneuver him.
Do you think that they're convinced that they're smarter than him and they're outmaneuvering him and they're going to be sly about this? Or
No.
do you think it's like, at the end of the day, they're just like, well, let's make this less friction. Let's just make this more frictionless, and it doesn't matter to us.
I wish that it was the latter, because I would understand that more. But I worked with these people for years. I worked with them for years.
Oh,
They
shit.
genuinely just think that they are smarter than he is. And it's extremely troubling. And listen, I grew up in Ohio. I went to Ohio State and then I went to Harvard Law School. And it's something that I've seen play out over and over again. I hate to invoke the coastal elitism of it all because I think that that veers into anti-intellectualism sometimes. And that's not it. We want people to read, to understand, to engage with the world. And it's not bad to do those things. But to assume that your educational credentials mean that you are smarter than someone who is a Republican because they grew up in, a different place than you are, and that's what we see a lot of the time. There's this belief in many of these white shoe corporate law firms and in many of these liberal spaces broadly with people with strong educational credentials that the reason that these decisions are being made is just because the people making them are stupid. And that is so fundamentally incorrect. They are outplaying us. And there are people that need to be educated and engaged with 100%, but they are not Stephen Miller. They are not sitting in the White House making these decisions right now. And that's the way that law firm leaders are treating it. My understanding is that the line on the ground at Skadden right now to associates is that Skadden got a great deal because they didn't really promise him anything at all. They just promised $100 million in pro bono work, and they get to decide what the pro bono work is. And the second anyone pushes on it, the partners that are saying it don't have answers for them, but have drunk the Kool-Aid of their own intellectual superiority so deeply that it's going to be too late before they figure out that they
And
don't.
they don't understand that. I mean, frankly, Donald Trump, at the end of the day, if he doesn't get that $100 million worth of pro bono work, he still got what he wanted, which was to show that he could intimidate a firm
get
like
him out of the
this.
way.
So if you're a smaller firm or you're an immigration attorney, you got your own. You're doing it on your own, and you're going against the government in an immigration proceedings. You're terrified right now. You're
Yep.
terrified.
And that's the thing that I'm so glad that you brought that back up because it's so important that we bring back around. It's not about kind of the comeuppance of the corporate law firms. It is about the people legally in this country who are getting deported or indefinitely detained over free speech rights, or who are just due process rights violated right and left. And that is the ultimate end game here. It's not about the law firms, and that's why I quit, right? Like, it's not about, oh no, my firm might get embarrassed. It's people are going to die, and they probably already have.
And in terms of it rings very true to me what you're saying. Just the idea that they think they're smarter than they think this is Sidney Powell or something like this all over again, as opposed to a very well coordinated, pre-planned lawfare legal assault, essentially from the attorney general who's going to do whatever Trump wants. It's frankly the problem with the Democratic Party, where they think their views should be self-evident as opposed to being, and the virtue of their views being smarter is self-evident as opposed to making their case to the public, but that's a bit of an aside. Do you have a sense of what they want the pro bono work to be reoriented towards? Like, is this about cracking down on anti-Semitism, aka kids on college campus exercising their free speech rights? Because that's what it smells like to me, at the very least.
I am quite confident that that's one of the directions that it will be going in. And I think there's so much rhetoric that the Democratic Party and maybe those that criticize the critics is the word I was looking for. I also am not really my own intellect in this moment. Critics are leaning into is rhetoric that's really harmful here, right? Like focusing on the fact that some of the people that are being deported had no criminal history. That we care about everyone's due process rights. Like, we don't want to lean into some of this is okay. It's okay for some people to not have due process rights and not others. The notion of Pam Bondi is like Barbie Bondi, this playing into her as a moron when there's this clearly targeted attack. And then very much what you said, the branding around this task force to combat anti-Semitism is incredibly deliberate. My name is Rachel Cohen. I don't practice, but I've had an internet presence for some period of time, and I'm well aware that anti-Semitism exists. And so to position, though, the notion that the biggest threat to any minority in this country is an op-ed written against dropping bombs on children and not an authoritarian government that is picking and choosing due process and
that's
free
the
speech
ADL.
rights. If they win that kind of marketing battle, and they're very close to it, we are in far deeper trouble than anyone has identified outside of a few spaces like this one.
Tell me just like your perspective
is the
on,
troll?
I mean, you've worked with the folks at that firm, you went through law school, you probably have a sense of what the people at Paul Weiss are like, you may know some. Are you surprised that you're the only attorney to quit?
I'm not the only attorney. Two other people at Skadden have already quit since they announced their deal
Oh, is
on
that right?
publicly.
Okay.
Several others I know have quit who were not willing to kind
Go
of.
public?
I don't think that they will do media in the same way. Some of them might, but I think that people at Skadden are organizing around refusing to recruit. They are holding. My understanding is that someone quit yesterday at the end of a town hall meeting, and the rest of the group stood up and applauded
There he
him
is.
as he walked out. So I will say this, I don't know where the Paul Weiss people are because I'm not familiar of any of them quitting. But I will say none of this is to apologize for the big law industry. None of it is to say that the Skadden reputation and characterization isn't a little bit warranted. But I stayed at that firm for as long as I did because the people that I worked alongside believed in pro bono the same way that I did, believed in the justice system the same way that I did, even if we recognized that we were in this kind of very, very profit-centric space. And I think that we will probably see other people quit, but even if we don't, I think that you're going to see really powerful organizing. It's just a risk-averse industry, and a lot of people, it's been an incredible opportunity to get to do this kind of media. It's also unbelievably overwhelming, and I do not fault anyone who gets into it.
And can you, when you, we appreciate you coming on. Your thought there sparked a question for me. Is there a really noticeable split between the associates, you're a third-year associate, and the partners at the firm? And if you could explain how the partners have this a much more direct financial stake in, the clients and how they're more likely to, obviously cave on this front.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for opening, because I think that's important to understand as well. So Skadden is an equity partnership only structure. Most of these law firms have an equity partner and then like a junior or income partner tier. And if you're equity partner only, all of the profits that go in, and you might get a little bit of additional profits if you're the person that brought the client in, for example. But ultimately, you're profit splitting with the rest of the partnership. And so I've gotten the question a lot if this is a generational divide. I don't think that it is, and I think that played, and that's not what you asked, to be fair. I'm voicing that because I'm sure there's people that are watching that are wondering the same
But
thing.
it overlaps. It overlaps.
It
Yeah.
does. And you're a little older if you're a partner, obviously. And I think that the way this all kind of ties into the kind of anti-intellectual, like the notion that young generations just get it and older generations just don't, I think is one that's really harmful. And there's so many lovingly referred to as old heads, right, that we can learn so much from. They just don't stay in the industry long enough to make partner, even if they go into big law for a couple of years, as I did, to build up some financial stability, get trained up, see, I really wanted to understand the private sector. I understand that came with a lot of financial benefit to me and working for clients that I didn't always agree with. And so I make no apologies for that, because there are no apologies to be made. I also did learn a lot. And so people stay and they make partner. And if they've self-selected, they probably are a little bit more of a believer in institutions than I would personally identify. But I think that many of them understand just how out of left field this is. I think many of them understand that Donald Trump has authoritarian tendencies. And what I find fascinating is that they seem to think that someone else will fix it. And that's one of the things that made me, I experienced it at Harvard all the time, is you'd go in and people would say, can't believe no one's doing anything about this. And I'd be like, your dad's a senator. What are you talking about? Like, and so one of the reasons that I've decided to be so public on this, and something that I think is so important for people to remember, I have an unbelievable amount of privilege. I am also just one person backed by a lot of other people. And I hope that it is encouraging to see what can happen when you are organized with people that you really believe in and one person is willing to speak about something that is happening. Because whether we win or not, I know that if no one had spoken on this, the story would have died quite quickly. Because you have to have someone that's able to go and explain it and talk about it and all of these things. And it's such an important story, and it's such a difficult one to understand if you're not in the industry. It's so possible for a couple of us to do the right thing and have it mean something. And so if you're questioning and you're feeling so overwhelmed, this wasn't just me standing alone, right? This is friends whose values, it was a big values test to be in this industry following October 7th. And to be in kind of a high profile client facing industry as conversations were ongoing about not just US military policy, but also the rising transphobia of the Democratic Party and the willingness to sell people out. Those things are pressure tests. And once you know that you can trust people and organize with them, you've got your group. Like, I hate to say it because I also, just like those partners, keep waiting for someone else to do this stuff. But at a certain point, if no one's doing it, you have to do it.
The bystander
You have
effect.
to. Someone has to.
Yeah.
Rachel Cohen, thank you so much for your time today. Very much looking forward to what you do next.
really don't wanna play
Keep us in the loop. Really appreciate both your coming on and telling us about it, and every step you're taking, and all those folks who have left that firm in solidarity, and those who are staying and trying to figure out a way of, I don't know, undermining some of this stuff from within. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks so much for having me. I
Thanks,
really
Rachel.
appreciate the opportunity to explain.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
All right, guys, so Benjamin Netanyahu went to the White House, and the exact thing that I told you would happen is exactly what happened. So you had a scenario where Netanyahu goes in basically saying, we want to finish the regime change in Iran. We want to finish that war with Iran. And what does Trump do? Exactly what you would expect. He's incredibly accommodating to Netanyahu. He's basically his little bitch boy, his little cuck yes man. So we'll get to that in a minute. But first, let me start with this. This is incredible to me because we're at the point now where everybody treats the president like he's a toddler who's being potty trained for the first time. Like, this is the first time he went pee-pee in the potty. And so, you know, you got everybody, oh my good little Timmy. What an amazing job you did. What an amazing job. Do you have to go poo-poo? Do you have to go number 2 in the potty? You let us know when you have to go. Then you'll get a prize. What an amazing little special boy you are. That's literally what they do. So, remember they had the FIFA Peace Prize? Like, FIFA just, like, made up a Peace Prize. Like, first of all, why would you have a Peace Prize? Aren't you the soccer people? Like what the fuck? Is there a lacrosse world peace prize? Is there a fucking NASCAR world peace? No, it's fucking made up. So FIFA goes, they're trying to suck up to Trump, which, by the way, tremendous evidence there that they're hiding an insane amount of corruption and crimes, that they're like, we got to suck up to the emperor. Like, whatever, put your feelings aside, just all in on sucking up to this guy. And so he gets like this FIFA World Peace Prize, which is just humiliating and embarrassing because everybody knows what's happening here. Everybody knows how desperately Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize. And so their way of, like, trying to curry favor with him is like, we'll just make up our own Peace Prize and give it to him, and then we'll get whatever the fuck we want, right? It's brazen. It's corruption right in front of our eyes. And so now Netanyahu sees this. He immediately says, I'm going to get in on the fun. I'm going to get in on the fun here. I'm going to get in on the favor trading, right? And they have a press conference, and Netanyahu says this. Here we go.
And the award that I was given was really surprising and very much appreciated.
Well, President Trump has broken so many conventions to the surprise of people, and then they figure out, oh, well, maybe, he was right after all. So we decided to break a
So
convention
embarrassing.
or create a new one, and that is to award the Israel Prize, which in almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli. And we're going to award it this year to President Trump. This was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education, who's responsible for the Israel Prize. It's going to be awarded to President Donald J. Trump for his tremendous contributions to Israel and the Jewish people. I think it's such a fitting thing, and it would honor us, obviously, Mr. President, if you could visit Israel in that occasion, on our Independence Day. But I have to say that this reflects the overwhelming sentiment of Israelis across the spectrum. They appreciate what you've done to help Israel and to help our common battle against the terrorists and those who would destroy our civilization. So, again, that's an expression of thanks.
What do you mean when you say terrorist
and
there, Benny
appreciation.
boy?
Thank you, baby, very much. That really is a great honor.
So now Donald Trump gets the Israeli Peace Prize, which, by the way, is like the Dick Cheney Peace Award. Like that's what it's a total contradiction. The Israeli Peace Prize. Their idea of peace is, you know, we're gonna blow you up, and there's gonna be a piece of you over here and a piece of you over there. That's like that. That's the Israeli idea of peace. So, I mean, this is again embarrassing. They treat him like a toddler. They treat him like a little special boy. They give him a pat on the head. Like to any adult, this would be like you're patronizing me. This is condescending to me. Any other adult would look at this like that, right? But with Trump, he's like, no, give me the FIFA Peace Prize, give me the Israeli Peace Prize, give me this, give me whatever the fuck you got. Whatever you got, give it to me. Almost reminds me, there was some soccer thing where the team that won wanted to take their team picture and Trump was standing there and he wouldn't get out of the picture because he wanted to like be in the picture with the winners. Like this guy, man, he's not playing with a full deck. He's not playing with a full deck. There's this like childish aspect to him, which it's like his dad never gave him the right amount of hugs or kisses or support. His mom, the same thing. So he yearns for external validation. And he has to get it in the most like performative, theatrical, over-the-top ways. And he doesn't understand how people see that. It's sort of like his style with all the gold and shit everywhere. Like he doesn't understand that tacky is a thing. That gaudy is a thing. That, hey, Don, you know there is such a thing as too much gold. There is such a thing as like, this looks like Muammar Gaddafi's room, right? Like you do understand that at a certain point it becomes ridiculous. It becomes clownish. It becomes over the top. Like there's no class, there's no taste there. It's like a fucking 14-year-old's idea of wealth. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. So, I mean, I can't with this stuff. Now, the other thing about this is, guys, this is the classic, like, carrot or the stick shit, right? Where Netanyahu's like, look, you do what I want you to do, and I will fucking heap fawning praise on you. I'll give you some bullshit Israeli Peace Award. I'll make you a rich man. I'll do whatever. Whatever you want, right? But if you cross me and you don't do what I want, I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you. Which leads to my next thing. So here's where Trump is asked about potentially continuing the war with Iran. Now, I'll pat myself on the back here because I told you guys immediately when they said, oh, it's over. I said, there's 0% chance this thing is over. Zero. Well, now, further validation of that. Listen very carefully to what the question is and how Trump responds. Watch.
If you attack on Iran, if Iran will not have a deal, if Iran will continue with their ballistic missiles and also nuclear weapons.
So they say, if Iran continues with the ballistic weapons and the nuclear weapons, what will you do? Will you be okay with attacking them more?
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
Mr. President,
so now, the old standard was, okay, Iran needs to be building nuclear weapons for us to do anything to try to stop it, right? That they're not allowed to have the nuclear weapons, we say, right? That was the old position. Now Trump has further caved to Bibi's position. It's not just they can't have nuclear weapons, now they can't have ballistic missiles. What? That was never part of the negotiation. That was never part of the back and forth. That was never on the table, that Iran would be like, oh yeah, we'll give up all of our ballistic missiles too. So apparently, we're not, as a sovereign independent country, we're not allowed to have nuclear weapons, but we're also not allowed to have ballistic missiles. Hey, while we're at it, here, Israel, take all of our pistols, take all of our rifles, take all of our shotguns, right? Like, what is this?
Oh, that's
Like,
that's kind of what they
this
want.
is mission creep. Notice what happens here. They make the terms more and more absurd. So, I mean, again, this is... People who don't follow this stuff won't catch what we just caught here. But what he's saying is, not only will I restart the war if they're continuing to build a nuke, I will restart the war if they just have ballistic missiles. Well, they already have ballistic missiles. So you're basically greenlighting, yes, we're going to restart the war. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. There's no, like, two different ways of reading that. That's just a fact. That's what you're saying. We're going to restart the war. Which leads to the point I was making before. Here you have Netanyahu. Oh, you're amazing. You're incredible. We gave you this Israeli Peace Award. You're a friend of Israel. You come with us for our Independence Day and, you know, in Israel. And remember when he gave him, like, a golden beeper? Remember that? How is that not, like, a subtle threat? Because they just did the beeper Hezbollah attack, right? Like, that's creepy. That's super creepy, right?
Did not know
So
he gave him a
you got
golden
the
beeper.
fawning, heaping over the top praise, and then on the flip side,
What's
here
up?
you got Trump being Netanyahu's little puppet, totally agreeing to his position and his framing, right? So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Now we're going to go back to war with Iran for nuclear weapons and ballistic weapons and ballistic missiles? What that means is, as I've told you guys, they have blackmail on him. Have you ever stopped to think, why is it they've already gotten everything they've ever asked for? Why is it Trump allowed Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory? Why is it they did a fake peace deal with Gaza to then allow Israel to continue the genocide and the ethnic cleansing
really don't
with
wanna
less
fight you
media
stupid
attention on
things.
them? Why is it that the mission creep has gone into hyperdrive in the West Bank? Because Trump took hundreds of millions of dollars from Miriam Adelson, and the quid pro quo was let Israel annex the West Bank. Why is it he moved the embassy to Jerusalem? You name the issue, he's giving them what they want. It's because they're blackmailing him. They have. By the way, that's not to say he's not a warmonger in his own respect. He is, and he would probably support war with Iran again, either way. But it makes it a very simple decision for him when now the stakes are: if you don't agree to the war with Iran, well, then we're gonna fucking release the videos we have of you, right? And we've talked about it. There's a 2011 email, Jeffrey Epstein. It came out with a big Epstein email dump, where he says Trump is at the house with one of the victims and he's been there for hours, right? What does that mean? We know that his houses were bugged to the high heavens. There are tapes of the president with underage girls doing all sorts of horrendous crimes. That means Mossad has it, which means Israel has it, which means they can hold it over his head. We know as a matter of fact that they try to blackmail President Clinton with the Monica Lewinsky stuff. Ryan Grimm reported on that, Dropsite News reported on that. They said it to him, right? So they already did the blackmail. Now they're blackmailing Trump. Question is, who else has that blackmail? CIA, KGB, right? Like, you have this guy who is part of the billionaire shadow government, the transnational shadow government of billionaire criminals. That's Jeffrey Epstein. And he was contracting with all these different intelligence agencies. Like, every intelligence agency in the world could have these damaging videos of the president. And nobody's talking about this. Nobody's going, really? Didn't you campaign as the fucking anti-war guy, and now you already bombed Iran once, and now Bibi's coming to tell you to bomb him more, and you're going, sir, yes, sir, whatever you say? Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that kind of disturbing? What do these people have on you that you fucking bend the knee like a little cuck boy every time? And why does he keep coming to visit here? And why do you keep going to visit there? What is going on here? Guys, I'm telling you, they have blackmail on him. And you can hold it over his head and get him to do whatever the fuck you want. And so now here's Trump, when previously he would say, it's only about the nukes. Now it's, even if they have ballistic missiles, we're going to go back to war with them. I mean, just like, what do you say about that? What is there to say? What is there to say? The president is compromised. It's that simple. The president is compromised. And that's why when people say, who really is the president here? It's legitimate. It's legitimate to say, who's really in control? It seems very clear who's in control, and it's not the one who, in theory, should be, right? So, very bizarre stuff. And then finally, I'll end on this one. I look at this as the Zionist warmongers dabbing on us. The fact that that Netanyahu goes out here and says things this ridiculous, this is him dabbing on us and going, we say what we want, we do what we want. You're not going to stop us. Listen to what he says here.
We've had an unbelievable success, and by degrading Iran, which was a first-rate power, now it's a second-rate or third-rate power. They were throwing their weight all over the place, exporting terrorism, not only to every part of the Middle East, but to Venezuela.
I hate that stupid
They're in
smug
cahoots with
smirk
the
on that
Maduro regime,
douchebag's
They're
face.
exporting terrorism to America, to the American hemisphere, and then they want these Hezbollah and Hamas to get their guys into the United States. So Hamas and Iran and its proxies are a threat not only to us, but to Israel, all America's allies in the Middle East, and to America itself.
He just said that Iran is sending Hamas and Hezbollah to Venezuela, so that Venezuela will then send them into America to do terror attacks. That's what he just said
spoon-fed him that one.
on national TV. Is there any chance he believes that? I'll answer the question for you. No. There's a 0% chance he believes any of that claptrap. 0. I'm telling you, this is him dabbing on us. This is Zionist warmonger freaks in the midst of creating the Greater Israel Project, stealing more territory, right? This is him dabbing on us. You're never going to stop us. I'll even lie to your face this brazenly and this disgusting. There are fucking decades of video of Netanyahu going, oh, Iran, now they're going to have the ability to attack America at any given moment. They're going to be able to attack America. They're going to be able to attack America. Year by year by year, he says it all the time. In front of Congress, in interviews, in all these different scenarios. What did he say in this interview as well? Same fucking thing. Oh, we need to act now because Iran is going to be able to attack America. The Zionist warmongers are dabbing on us. It's almost like they're rubbing in that they have the president compromised. It's almost like they're rubbing it in. That we get whatever we want. There's nothing you can do to stop us. I'll even go on TV and say Hamas and Hezbollah are being smuggled into your country by Venezuela to do terror attacks. And you'll sit there and fucking take it and continue to send me tens of billions of dollars. I don't know about y'all, but I'm fucking sick of this shit. And this motherfucker, modern day Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu, needs to be locked up and they need to throw away the goddamn key. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for...
So here's Elon Musk. He went to a Tesla shareholder meeting November 6th, and I think this was just on the precipice or just after he had been awarded by Tesla, the board like a $1 trillion pay package. And here he is performing in front of the shareholder meeting. One can only imagine how he got prepped for this, as it were. But here he is.
I think we may be able to give people, if somebody's committed a crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime, which is if you say, like, you now get a free Optimus, and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. But other than that, you get to do anything. It's just going to stop you from committing crime. That's really it.
It's just going to spy on you
people in, like,
24/7.
It's pretty wild to think of the various of all the possibilities, but I think it's clearly the future.
Pretty wild that
I think
to think that you will no longer have autonomy and you'll willingly
let's
accept
play
it.
a little bit with this scenario. So you don't go to prison after you commit a crime. You just need to have a cop follow you around.
A RoboCop.
A RoboCop follow you around for, I don't know, whatever your sentence is, right? Like 10 years.
That can somehow tell when you're doing a crime.
That's going to assess when you're doing a crime.
And intervene.
What's it going to do, kill you?
Stop crime. Stop crime.
It's far more humane.
I wonder if that's going to work with white-collar crime. Or just general scams.
Yeah, or like harassing flight attendants.
The future, this guy. And it's honestly like he just sits around on who knows what hallucinogens, and then goes and delivers it as part of the shareholder meeting, and then that's it.
You can see his brother. You can see his brother Kimball in the front row there. If you want to zoom in on that, he's got the cowboy hat on. It's pretty distinctive. Google Kimball, Kimball, Musk, and Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, interesting.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
All right, guys. So, as you all know, the Rogan sphere has been progressively more and more cooked by the day over the past year or so. They really rode the Trump train as hard as possible, and that train has now smashed into the side of a mountain, and it's a smoldering ash heap that's lit on fire. And, you know, Rogan himself sort of humiliated himself. Now he's like half the time trying to pretend like he wasn't such a big Trump meat rider, but the other half of the time he still can't help but meat ride Trump. And he'll do this thing where he like criticizes something Trump did without actually mentioning Trump. Like, it's so cucked. It is so cucked. Well, anyway, that's Rogan. You have others in that same sphere that are also sort of going through it. Tim Dillon, he interviewed J.D. Vance in the softball interview. He was like riding the Trump vibes too. Now all of a sudden he's, you know, slowly but surely trying to tiptoe out of the room and go back to enlightened centrism. We've covered this thoroughly. You guys can check out the videos if you'd like. But there's one guy who, in a weird way, I almost want to give him more credit than the others. Because he's still repping that shit. He's still like, bro, I'm 10 toes down. I'm puffing my chest out. I'm standing on business. I'm not budging an inch. I still support the fascist warmongering psychopath who let the country get looted by billionaires. I still support that motherfucker. So, of course, I'm talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. Now, Tony Hinchcliffe, for those of you who don't remember, he was at the MSG rally, and he made that famous joke about how Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage, right? And there was massive backlash. And people forget, but in the aftermath of that, Trump threw him under the bus so quick. Trump gave an interview. I don't even know who this guy is. I don't think that's funny. I don't think this guy's funny. I don't even know who he is. I never heard of him before. Immediately right under the bus. I saw this other podcast where Tony is talking to somebody, and he goes, you know, I still haven't gotten an invitation to Mar-a-Lago, but like, yeah, maybe one day. It's so sad. It's so sad. This is a guy who likes the fact that he's being used by Trump. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Anyway, so here he is on the All In podcast, one of the most pathetic podcasts on the planet. And Tony is not, he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I will, until the entire United States of America is you know, a disgusting, stinking pile of feces. Like, until there's nothing left in this country and the billionaires have taken all the money, I will still be defending Trump and Trumpism. So here he is. Let's watch them. We'll break it down.
Political winner for you? You don't give a shit. What do you think?
A political winner for me. You know, I mean, I really, again, I'm just a big fan of this president. People can say that I kiss
when I
ass and
learned
that
to
and
talk
the comedians
out of my
shouldn't.
mouth
There's
instead
this
of my
thing that I've been
nose.
hearing where people are like, you know, comedians should be punching up, not punching down. You're supposed to make fun of the big thing. Well, if everybody is making fun of that one thing, then I think it's kind of funny to go the other way and to push it up.
What do you mean that one thing?
bro.
There's like 15 billionaires that control
Republicans
everything.
hold the Senate. They hold the House.
Take your pick.
They hold the judicial branch. They hold the executive branch. They are running fucking wild. Okay? They're getting whatever they want done. And by the way, what has that led to? A 36% approval rating for Trump. So they get carte blanche and can do whatever they want. The approval rating collapses to 36%. Everybody goes, what the fuck is this? Inflation's going up, unemployment's going up, the economy's total shit, there's warmongering all over the place, the corruption is out of control, the Epstein files, Trump is clearly in the Epstein files, he's invading the United States with the U.S. military, right? So they get what they want, and all that happens. And what does he do? He goes, well, actually, so you know what? It's actually standing up to the man by siding with the man, bro. That's what that is. Somebody who's more artful would at least make the argument like, no, I actually am being anti-establishment by taking this position. But he doesn't even have the wherewithal to do that.
Supposed to make fun of the big thing. Well, if everybody is making fun of that one thing, then I think it's kind of funny to go the other way and to push it up. So I literally have in my stand-up set pro-Trump jokes, which nobody's fucking doing.
Which one lands the most?
I make fun of his autograph. I say he has the most obnoxiously cool autograph in the world. It looks like Lizzo's heart rate.
And he actually does. All right, biggest political loser sacks. Who's the biggest?
By the way, he does have the best sense of humor, must be, of any president we've ever had.
comedians
He is
love
just
him.
hysterical.
Oh, I totally...
anyone who spent time with him is just blown away at just how funny he is. All the
best comedians talk about how he might be the funniest human being on planet Earth.
This is so elite-brained. This has nothing to do with the decisions he's making and how it's impacting everybody, not just in this country, but around the world, right? This is a guy who just kicked 18 million people off Medicaid and refused to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies. So now healthcare premiums are going to double, triple, quadruple, and in some cases more than that for the American people. This is a guy who froze the food stamp money, which meant 42 million people were starving. They cut 94 million pounds of food aid from going to food banks, which further starved Americans during the holiday season. Right? This is a guy who's blowing up innocent fishermen in the Caribbean. What they're talking about here is so fucking elite-brained, inside baseball, like I know him so I could talk like this. Totally divorced from the real world and how regular people are impacted by this emperor who you find so fucking funny. And by the way, there's a difference, I'm sorry, between a guy who's like inadvertently funny because he's such a fucking narcissistic buffoon that you end up laughing at him. There's a difference between that and somebody like actively trying to be funny and like making you laugh because they plan to make you laugh through their wit and their intelligence, right? Trump is just a fucking buffoonish, oafish, fredophile war criminal, and like he's so self-obsessed and narcissistic and stupid that he blurts things out that are inadvertently funny. Like, how do you not make that distinction when talking about Trump? Like, how do you not... it's just so... God, they're such smug elitists. I know they fancy themselves the outsider, the fucking regular guy. This is the most insider conversation I've ever heard.
He might be the funniest human being on planet Earth. Yeah. This is a conversation I've had. I'm not going to name their names, but you can put it together in your head. I'm talking about the actual best comedians in the world. All of them.
Believe. Yeah, so in other words, all the hacks. All the hacks. All those Austin comedians that you guys fucking love so much. Joe Rogan, for example. It's all the hacks, is what it is. And this is why people are saying comedy's going through a dark age right now. It's because comedy is supposed to be an outsider thing. It's supposed to be punching up. Instead, you guys have snuggled up to the rich and the powerful, right? Rogan has on a new billionaire every other week. Whether it be Mark Zuckerberg or Mark Andreessen, and they lie to people about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and they spread fucking misinformation, and, you know, that Peter Thiel and shit on there, lecturing people about the Antichrist. So that's the problem, is you've snuggled up to the wealthy and the powerful, yet you still pretend like you're victims and outsiders. And so, yeah, this is why comedy is cooked, because of exactly what you're describing. That people, you know, they're in on the fun with Trump. Like, tee-hee-hee. Ignore the fact he made billions of dollars off the White House and he's incredibly freaking corrupt. Ignore it completely. Ignore the warmongering and the bombing Iran and Somalia and Yemen and Venezuela. Ignore it, because he's funny. God, I hate him so much.
All of them.
Yes.
Michael Richards.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. you know who the best are, and yes, they all agree. I mean, there's funny is funny. It's undeniable. Literally, God damn it, I'm blanking out. But this week he did something so fucking. Oh, the Somali thing.
Yeah.
It's a hellhole. They come over here and they bitch and complain. Like it's just common sense, and that's.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with the rant he's talking about. I watched it live. I wanted to take a shower after listening to that rant. He did this whole, like, you know, he did this rant against Somalis and said, oh, all they do is bitch, all they do is complain, and, like, they're the problem. We don't want them in this country anymore. It was just like a textbook, Bull Connor-style, overtly racist scream. And here's Tony Hinchcliffe going, I love it. It was hilarious. That was hilarious to you? That's hilarious. Like, okay, here's the problem with Tony Hinchcliffe and with this Austin comedy in general, right, is it's not about comedy anymore. It's not. It's now become, Tony Hinchcliffe's idea of comedy is, I'm going to be the edgiest boy in the room. I'm going to be the most offensive boy in the room.
Edgy, that's
and he's
the term I was looking
replaced
for.
laughter. You're not trying to evoke just laughter out of his audience. What he's trying to evoke is the, he's trying to evoke that. Did he say that? He's trying to invoke that reaction. The shock. He's more like a shock jock than like a traditional comedian, right? And the problem with that is, that's lazy. That's hack. To just try to evoke feelings of like, wow, that's really extreme. That's really out there. That's really edgy. That's really unacceptable. Like, to try to evoke that reaction, you just have to say the most bombastic, ludicrous thing. You just have to say the most evil thing you can think of, right? That's how you get that reaction. To actually make somebody laugh is much more of an art form, where it's this like visceral thing that people can't control. You have to find a way to craft something so clever and so intelligent and so witty that it makes them laugh. But Tony's not going for that. He's going for the He's going for that. Like, I can't believe he said that. He's going for that. So as long as comedy to this idiot is making somebody offended on purpose, then of course he is going to view what Trump said as that's the epitome of comedy. going on a racist rant against Somalis is the epitome of comedy. So, I mean, look, I think that says so much about who this guy is. It says so much about him. And, look, it's just, if something is actually mean-spirited, it's no longer funny. That's the other thing he doesn't get. Like, if somebody's actually bigoted, if somebody's actually hateful, if somebody's actually mean-spirited, if you actually want the worst for people who don't look like you, right, or not part of the same religion or whatever, that's not funny, right? Like, you can make a joke, you can make a racist joke or a joke at the expense of anybody if it comes from a place of, like, mutual understanding and, like, I don't really mean it, right? If you know the person's heart is in the right place. But that's the thing about Tony, his heart is not in the right place. That's the thing about Trump, his heart is not in the right place, right? When he, talks about bombing people off the coast of the Caribbean, that's not funny. When he does a racist rant against Somalis, which, by the way, so fucking rich. Trump's the fraud by the Somalis is horrible in Minnesota. We're going to cut off all the money for the child care. He literally did that. Meanwhile, you just pardoned a guy who did a $1.2 billion fraud. $1.2 billion. Trump has pardoned countless fraudsters and con men. So I don't want to hear it from you. Oh, the Somali fraud. I'm so disgusted by it. This motherfucker is trying to do $1 trillion defense bill. $1 trillion defense bill. Meanwhile, the Pentagon failed 8 audits in a row, and they can't account for 63% of their money. There's trillions of dollars worth of fraud there, and Trump signed off on an even bigger Pentagon budget. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You yourself are a fucking con man. Your family stole from a kid's cancer charity. I don't want to hear it. But, oh, I'm against crime. You're the biggest fucking criminal in the country. But that's the thing, right? Is nothing matters. Nothing matters. So he goes on his racist rant. Oh, it's so funny. Haha, he's so funny.
They come over here and they bitch and complain. Like, it's just common sense, and that's the funniest stuff.
The bitch and complain thing is really something special, too, because Trump's whole strategy on the campaign trail was to bitch and complain. When he said, make America great again, what that means is the country now ain't shit. I fucking hate it now. It needs to be great again. He would do this whole bit about how our airports are disgusting. It's like a third world country. Everything's falling apart. It's horrible. And so apparently when Trump or an old white guy complains about shit, oh, that's just a straight shooter telling the truth. But if a Somalian does the same thing, how dare you? Why are you complaining all the time? You need to be thankful for being here. The double standard is so obvious, and it just stems from racism. Like, it's just racism. Like, there's no two ways about it, right? So anyway, Tony Hinchcliffe cooked beyond imagination. Probably the last person in the Rogan sphere that, but I do give him credit for this, actually, ironically enough, that is still 10 toes down, like, yeah, no, I still love Trump. Because the other guys are trying to pretend like they didn't do what they did.
Bling,
right?
who
Like,
blinged me?
Rogan's trying to pretend like he didn't give Trump a softball interview and a hand job under the table. You know?
Vampire
So many of those guys
Hunter
are like,
D.
oh, who,
What's
me?
up?
I'm not even
Thanks
that
for the
right wing, bro.
follow.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Really? You were on the Trump train. We're not fucking stupid, right? At least Tony's like, no, I'm repping that shit. I'm standing on it. Okay. All right, noted. Good. At least he's more
Random
honest than the rest of them
followers.
about
Love it.
that. But he also happens to be dead wrong about fucking everything. So I love that these guys are now starting to
One of these days I'll get to 50.
rapidly fall off. All right, guys. That's the show, y'all. I love y'all very much. You guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a favor. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon so you get a notification every time a video.
This is actually just a Matt special.
Okay.
I have AI data centers on mine after the earlier discussion, and there's the comment made about China and its approach, and that sort of underlined all of these hysterical appeals that Bernie. Here's what Bernie had to say. He prompted all this stuff because he said this. We'll just play this.
Thanks for joining
Who we got in here?
Let us be clear. AI and robotics are the most transformative.
This is one of the first times "Let us be clear" it wasn't followed by bullshit by a politician.
Let us be clear. AI and robotics are the most transformative technologies in the history of humanity and will have a profound impact on the lives of every man, woman, and child in our country.
Let us be clear.
Just a few points that we need to be thinking about. One, who is aggressively pushing these technologies? Well, surprise, surprise. It happens to be the very wealthiest people on earth, people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, and other multi-billionaires. So here is a very simple question I'd like you to think about. Do you believe that these guys, these multi-billionaires, are staying up nights worrying about what AI and robotics will do to the working families of our country and the world? Well, I don't think so. I think that these very, very
I think
rich
they're trying to
men
accelerate it, if
want
you want to know the
even
truth.
more wealth and even more power. And for
think they're trying to get
a
there
whole bunch
faster.
of reasons, that is very dangerous.
The sooner they can destroy the
Two.
world, the sooner they can
I think we can kind of
freaking
get the point
separate,
there. He is
divide,
calling
and
for a
conquer.
moratorium on these data
And
centers,
they're not-
deployments.
Until
and
we can figure out what the
They're
hell
not-
is going on.
I mean,
We're
I
seeing
guess
a
they're
lot of
young,
people,
but
Elon Musk, the take is like Bernie
they're in their
would eventually
50s.
follow the makers, but they're too cowards and lack any sense of adventure.
They only
Bernie
got, like,
says, I do
30
lack
years left,
adventure. When that adventure
Which
will, as you've
means
made clear,
if
force
they wanna
tens of
enjoy,
millions
like,
of workers
10
out
years
their
of-
jobs.
He called
10
Bernie
years
a
of
coward.
tech
Isn't
rule.
the guy? Isn't he the guy that like
They
had
gotta
to go into a
start getting
medically
shit done.
induced coma because he was so embarrassed by getting booed at Dave Chappelle's show in San Francisco?
Don't post where my plane is.
He banned me from Twitter because he claimed I posted his assassination coordinates.
Oh gosh, I forgot about that, Binder. How could I? Sorry,
Would you
Matt.
post his forehead?
So I do want to credit Rokana here jumping in because Rokana is someone who does have associations with Silicon Valley, so I'm glad he's stepping in on the right side of this here. The AI revolution must be for all of us, not them. The goal should be to push it in the direction of helping workers, not tech barons. I represent Silicon Valley and proudly stand with Bernie over Elon Musk. I mean, great tweet there.
What, kitty?
Chris Freeman, the vast
What?
majority of technological
You wanna come up here?
revolutions have benefited from all of us. And
Come on, stupid.
Rokana says it took 6 years
Wow,
for that to
come
happen
here.
with the Industrial Revolution. I do want to say,
Come here, dummy.
it's not the Industrial Revolution. Anyone who says it's the Industrial Revolution is a stupid person.
Come
on. It's not going to be comparable to the Industrial Revolution. Maybe it'll be comparable to the Internet. By the way, what was the Internet?
Come here,
How
buddy.
did that make all of your jobs? Was that done for everyone's jobs, or did everyone's life improve after that, or is it maybe
here, stupid.
still stagnant? So we have this clip here from the Copper Courier, and this is on the sheet. Do you know what number this is, Brian? This is activists turning their backs in Arizona as politicians approve a data center energy deal. I'm not sure if this is the one that Cinema was.
Kitty, are you going to come up here or what?
pushing, but this is just to show where the popular energy.
If you don't
is
come up
on
here, I'm
this.
just going to put my chair back in. What?
Thank you, Commissioner Walden.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, though.
What are we watching here?
Copper Courier covering that. This is
Hey.
per our earlier interview.
Well.
We're seeing the increase of many of these kind of this opposition to these AI data centers, and I'll open this up to you guys in just a
No?
sec, but
Okay.
just to give people
Well,
a sense, I
just wanting
read a
some
part
food.
of this earlier on.
Someone got the food
The
out.
Verge published. There was a study done. This PhD candidate published this. At the VU Amsterdam Institute for Environmental Studies. It was published in the journal Patterns yesterday. And it basically says that, building on earlier research, they found that the power demand for AI globally could reach 223 gigawatts this year, surpassing the amount of electricity used for Bitcoin mining in 2024. The figures that he calculated in terms of the electricity that these AI systems will likely consume,
Nothing to see here,
he
folks.
calculated it to find it in between 32.6 and
Ignore me.
79.7
One of you
million
guys.
tons of pollution annually. For comparison, New York City emits around 50 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. So it's comparable to New York City. And in terms of the water that's going to be guzzled, AI could use between 31.25 and 764.6 billion liters of water this year, according to this analysis, which is even higher than previous estimates. So this is like
Go away,
the
stupid
equivalent
torch
of
guy.
one of the most major cities in the country or in the world in terms of what it's going to emit.
And accepting the frame that we are in a race with China about this technology, are we
Such
even
bullshit.
sure that listening to David Sachs and Elon Musk and all of these fucking charlatans like Bill Gates is the way to win that? And this is a clip from a podcast that I follow because my gaming PC is 6 years old and I'm in the market for a new one called Moore's Law is Dead. But this is them talking about the different approaches to AI and also our approach, even under Biden, under the CHIPS Act. And I think this is something that, this isn't coming from a leftist perspective. These are industry folks. This is also with a guy from Scott Galloway's podcast, one of their markets guys. But here's Moore's Law is Dead and this guy talking about the CHIPS Act and then our competition with China. And I think people might be interested to hear this.
And I remember at the time, everyone going, the U.S. government just promised, it was an insane amount. It was like $55 billion to help Intel build foundries in Ohio. And at first I was like, well, this is a pretty big deal. This will at least keep them afloat. But over time, it became clear that it was like, are these, former auto manufacturers, like workers, really going to put on white suits and work in a foundry in Ohio now? And like, how much of I think we've learned that a lot of the money and the checks haven't even gotten to Intel. And then you look at Intel's current problems as well, and they have problems filling capacity. So why on earth would they be building more capacity that would cost them more money? And I'm wondering what you think about that, and just in general, how the CHIPS Act has been handled, because from where I'm sitting at this point, I don't know if I would call it a failure, but it makes me very concerned about, frankly, the tech literacy of the U.S. government and world governments in general, where they're like, well, let's build a bunch of fabs, and you realize Intel's actually making...
Fabs are these things that make these chips, just for folks following along.
Most of their laptop chips from TSMC right now, which is mind-blowing. They're using TSMC.
TSMC's in Taiwan.
To make their stuff. And not that many people. I guess I think they just had an announcement someone's going to use it. But like, they're still having trouble filling their own foundries. And if you really wanted to catch up to China and like semiconductor manufacturing, you have a lot of cheap companies that make metal heat sinks to cool the CPU, the PCBs. That is what America's lacking. We have plenty of foundries, and yet I still see politicians in the US say stuff like, we need more capacity, when our capacity isn't filled.
100%. And I think what we're learning is that the big innovation in AI right now, it's not going to be capacity, it's going to be efficiency. And as you say, that's where China is absolutely whooping America's butt right now, is on efficiency. I mean, this AI problem and the AI build out, and we're hearing about all of the trillions of dollars that we're going to spend on building these data centers, hearing a little bit less about the trillions of dollars we're going to have to spend on building out the power generation that's going to actually keep the lights on in those data centers. That is a huge question. Meanwhile, you've got OpenAI and Sam Altman saying they're going to build 250 gigawatts worth of energy capacity and compute, which is a quarter of all power on the American electric grid. It's just, the numbers are unfathomable. So the argument in America, and it often is the argument in America, is we need to build. We need to have more power. We need to drill, baby, drill. We need to build nuclear power plants. We need to build more energy to have and supply and to power the largest and the glitziest and most glamorous AI models in the world. China has a different approach. And China's approach is, whether it's intentional or not, we're going to try to do this in the most efficient way possible. We're going to make sure it's efficient in terms of energy. We're going to make sure it's efficient in terms of cost. And that is exactly what they're doing. And Alibaba, just last week, had...
And you can listen to him list examples of them doing that. Right. We are... Even in the terms of our race with China, we are trusting charlatans who aren't there to build AI to make the new industrial revolution. They're there to make money. Like, that's their imperative. That's the only thing they give a fuck about. They don't care about beating China. They want to line their pockets. When it was useful to offshore manufacturing to China, they did it. But now, China's state capacity is way beyond the U.S. They are outstripping us, not only in infrastructure, but also in this sort of shit. And it is a matter of time. When our generation's kids grow up to be our age, the idea that America is the leader in any of this shit will be a fucking joke. It'll be for the past.
Yeah, and you can just see there's great power competition being used to benefit capitalists, which has happened throughout the 20th and 21st century. Go on.
Right. Well, one of the big AI companies in China, DeepSeek, their big model that they released last year, which caused shockwaves in the AI industry, was trained with just 6% of the funding that OpenAI used to train GPT-4, which was the comparable model at the same time when they both came out. I mean, if the race to defeat China when it comes to if there is a race to defeat China when it comes to AI, it's not about spending more. It's about doing more, doing as efficiently as possible, because that's where China is actually destroying us. If we want to talk about like a race, like that's where they're actually becoming better at technology. They're doing it comparably or even better.
Fighting everyone.
But they're doing it more efficiently and much less costly.
And
so the idea that we got to give these guys more and more is ludicrous.
And it's for an ideological reason. It's because Our imperative is to make as much money for the investors in this company as possible. China's imperative is to make this as productive as possible. That is the capitalist difference. When your economy is entirely controlled by people who are just trying to make more money out of money, then that's what you're going to see. And so they have to promise AI God and data centers on the moon, which is just enough to remove investors from their money to keep the hype cycle going.
Well, I mean, just to go back to like the issue of AI data centers in America, I don't know if you saw this particular story that was coming out of North Texas, but the grid, and North Texas isn't the only place that's like this, the grid is already not so great. The infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure in a lot of places in America is not so great. And data centers adding extra, load to these like already strained grids at times in our country, like the winter, for example, in northern Texas, where we're prone to deep freezes and a rolling blackout can mean life or death. It's something worth considering, especially as like the climate becomes more inhospitable in places all around the country. Like rolling blackouts as a result of AI data centers overtaxing the grid is, might have like some human cost towards, maybe even this winter if it continues to just not be a priority.
Yep. I mean, but that was part of what we covered, and it's becoming a electoral issue. And it's becoming a way that's activating people on the ground, as we saw with some of that footage.
And you'll get a wrong impression on how unpopular it is based on all the tech people on X that are like, Bernie doesn't understand. He's jealous.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should.
What's up, y'all? So Crystal just told me that Trump froze childcare spending for every single state. Now, earlier I saw he froze it for Minnesota in particular, and the reason he froze it is because of this totally bullshit fake investigation from this right-wing hack non-reporter where he tried to pretend like, I found a lot of Somalian fraud in Minnesota. Then meanwhile, all like the legitimate outlets went there and followed up, and a lot of these places that he said were committing fraud were not at all committing fraud, and they were acting as daycares, and like
even Barry Weiss's CBS went and debunked some of this, and were like, "There's children here right now. We talked to them. Everything was fine." Like,
and it truly is disgusting to me that all these right-wing idiots hopped on the bandwagon, the fake outrage bandwagon, because your president keeps pardoning fraudsters. He keeps doing it. What's the name of the guy? I'm blanking on the name of the guy, but there was a guy who did $1.2 billion in Medicare fraud that he pardoned.
Rick
Then that
Scott.
guy got out and committed domestic violence immediately.
I mean, there's
someone
this
else.
has been the whole MO of his administration. Like, friggin' George Santos is a fraudster, and he's like celebrated
Correct.
now. I mean, so many of the people that he's let off the hook are white-collar criminals who were running Ponzi schemes or defrauding the like nursing home payment system or whatever. And when he pardons them, it means the victims don't get their restitution either. So that's been their whole thing, not to mention all of the just like out and out fraudsters in his government, like Elon Musk and like himself grifting and corruption, etc. Like that is their whole thing. So
To make it so that, to your point, he made the decision to make it so they don't have to pay back the people they defrauded.
Right.
He could have pardoned them and said, but you still have to pay back the people you defrauded. He actively chose not to do that. So he is like objectively pro-fraud. His family stole from a children's cancer charity. Okay? This is who we're talking about. And I'm supposed to take their fucking virtue signaling seriously about, we're so against fraud. Like, fucking spare me. The Pentagon can't account for 63% of their money. That's literally trillions of dollars missing. They failed 8 audits in a row. And what did Trump do? Increase their budget to $1 trillion.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear it. Like, you guys are the fucking fraudsters and the con man. It's just a sick joke. But anyway, they're beating up on these poor Somalis. And of course, they're trying to make the argument that, like, they're all fraudsters and they're all criminals. It's just fucking, let's just call it what it is. It's just pure racism. That's all it is. They're black, so I say they're criminals. So now, by the way, this fucking, like, fake journalist who's going after them, the guy's a total fucking Israel-funded Zionist hack. He also went to Gaza and tried to pretend like there wasn't a fucking genocide. And we're going to take this guy seriously? Yes. And we're going to pretend we're going to take this guy seriously? You got to be kidding me. So anyway, there's like a bunch of real outlets went and humiliated him to his face, which was nice to see. But Trump froze the child care funding for all of Minnesota because, spoiler alert, he doesn't give a fuck about any child care for any kids in this country. And then he froze it, like you said, for the entire country, right?
Yeah, which is insane because, I mean, people rely on this. Like,
of course.
I mean, they act like this is all a game and it has no impact. And it really, really does. We've seen with the USAID, just slashing and burning that, I mean,
it doesn't affect them, so they don't care.
Real world impact. All the cuts to Social Security, we're only now learning about the way that the whole Social Security system has been just completely fucked by the Doge cuts. So just play with people's lives for, like you said, some like right-wing grifter who one of the places he showed up to, it was like not even business hours, and some of the places he showed up to, they didn't answer the door because he was there with this whole crew, and they're like, we're trying to keep our children safe. And
yeah,
here
like
you are.
he knocks on the door. Let me see your kids. Let me see the kids.
Right. It's
Like,
like
what?
Who are you? And no. So anyway, the whole thing is just completely insane. And
Yeah.
I guess this is what we're going to be facing heading into the new year, huh?
Yeah, fuck these people. I can't stand them.
You can take the Straussians and it'll take you into Claremont and via Jaffa, who I guess Jaffa was the one who I believe it was gave Goldwater's that line about in defense of their extremism is no vice in defense of liberty. So essentially, like, you know, as long as you think you're right. I mean, this is like always. This is the Straussian part in my mind. Is like, they're all convinced. If you come from that tradition, you're convinced that you are right, and and that takes it can take multiple different forms. You know, whether it's a certain like race essentialism, or whether it's like a religious nationalism. As long as you feel like you're the one who understands things and you have the secret, it could take many flavors. And so Goldwater famously says this, that there is no such thing as being too extreme if you're in pursuit of liberty. But of course, you know,
everyone thinks they know the right. Yeah.
Everybody thinks they know what liberty is in that situation. Okay, so let's go to, we've talked about just tell us about the Claremonters, you know, just in and of itself, and then we'll go to the post-liberals and the NatCons, and I guess if we get to the in the post-liberals.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so today the Claremonters, they're still obsessed with the American founding as they understand it, and the irony here is that Jaffa was quite an egalitarian and sort of a declarationist, so, you know, always vaunting the Declaration of Independence and especially the principle of equality, especially relative to his conservative sort of followers or his conservative enemies on the right. Today, so they still have this mission, but I think it's kind of been corrupted by first the kind of dogmatic attachment to those principles, such that they can't stand the administrative state, they can't stand the New Deal, they can't stand the civil rights movement in effect, because all of those changes they see as these alarming departures from that original model. So everything's this alarming transformation, and it's also been corrupted by, I think, a kind of nativism and insularity. So and sometimes they're explicit about how they've turned their back on the Jaffa-esque commitment to equality in the Declaration of Independence, and are attached to a kind of nativism and sort of so. But the main person here to look to for this is a fellow named Michael Anton, who wrote this first defense of Trump, the Flight 93 election, the premise of which was that if you were to elect Hillary Clinton, this was in 2016, it would be certain death for the American. So what you needed to do is, just like the brave passengers on the Flight 93 on September 11th, you needed to charge the cockpit, and that's what it meant to vote for Trump, to elect Trump, because at least then you had some chance of sort of redirecting things and saving America. So that's the kind of alarmist, catastrophizing outlook that he articulated. It's partly, and that sort of that energy has continued on the new right, and he's been a real leader. I mean, he wrote the new National Security Strategy report, or he was one of the main authors. So you have this kind of devastating catastrophism, right? And this idea that we're just on the brink of total destruction, and and it's also his understanding is that conservatism was never enough, and that the old conservative establishment was not able to conserve anything, and so now counter-revolutionary measures are necessary, and that's basically at the Claremont.
So, in the parlance of someone who is not an academic, I would say like they're about as bat crap crazy as it gets in terms of like calling themselves an institute, and their fervor is super intense. Like whenever I have come across like the Claremont Institute, I'm like, oh my god, like what is going on there? And so it's super intense in a more sort of like colloquial.
That's exactly right. It's kind of there's a kind of masculinist fervor to it. It's not sort of in the depth. It's not the worst of these people. And there's I think the sad thing is that they've got this inheritance from Harry Jaffa that was kind of serious, and they've got this publication called the Claremont Review of Books that publishes some serious articles for the last few decades. I mean, I've got friends who have published in there. There's a lot of interesting stuff, but then and they still publish.
Oh, that's my God.
Even though, I mean, but the institution has also lost a lot of its reputation.
Come on, really?
And then they publish this other online magazine called The American Mind that's just like absolute filth as far as I'm concerned. Crazy. And so there's this kind of dance they're doing where there's still kind of a veneer of respectability, and yet there's some really awful stuff.
All right, well, let's move over to the post-liberals. And I have to say, like, you can see throughout all of these, there's like strands of
come on, really?
Within each other. These are not so discrete. Like the Venn diagram would have a lot of like sort of like crossover here, because I think you could argue in many respects like the Claremont Institute is post-liberal in the sense that they're like, we got to throw over this existing order of, and we should say we're not talking liberal in the capital L version. We're talking in the small L version, I guess, where we're talking more like the idea of well, explain,
Well, I mean, let me say a little bit about that, because I think you're right in general that there's a kind of, the Claremonters would say that they are counter-revolutionary, and they want to bring us back probably to something like a Republican small government tradition, but they probably would also be okay with they would say they're okay with some small liberal principles.
All right, well, explain people like when we're talking about in terms of liberal principles, we're talking about like
just like liberal democracy writ large, so rule of law, press, individual rights and liberties, checks and balances, right? And
they would allow for some of that.
They would allow, well, they'd say that the constitutional order was organized with those things in mind. There's sort of different tiers, right? There's the upper echelons of the place, and then there's the gutter stuff. And so they'd say the upper echelons would be like, we're the true defenders of those things. And then the people on the bottom are like, actually, we're not. They get pretty crazy. So it's a mixed bag, but with the post-liberals, which is this other group, which is mainly made up of socially conservative Catholics, and they self-identify as post-liberals, and their critique of the current sort of regime or the current situation in America reaches back to the American founding. Many of them say the American founding was kind of a mistake because it was liberal. So their critique is more radical. They see liberalism with, again, small L. So we're not talking about partisanship in the in like liberals versus conservatives. Not quite. Though there's
some crossover there too.
Yeah, sure. But they would see most sort of small c conservative as liberals in the classical sense, right? So their critique is very radical of the whole establishment and of the American founding, because someone like Patrick Deneen, who wrote this book, Why Liberalism Failed in 2018, which was sort of Obama put on his reading list, he says, liberal democracy is flawed from the beginning, and it's got this sort of rancid individualism that means that the more it succeeds, the more it fails, because liberal individualism eats away at the ties that bind. It has a disintegrative effect on our social bonds, on community, on family. And what happens then is and we can see there's some truth to this, right? We do have, people struggle with loneliness. There's individualism has its problems, but then he says, so what you kind of can expect with liberalism is that eventually a strong man is going to be brought in to fix these problems. Liberals can't tell, you know, there's just all these problems with liberalism. And so the post-liberals, that's their start.
Isn't the liberalism that they're talking about, because when I think of this, I think of Peter Thiel, who, like, I don't know, a year ago famously said, like, you know, or had the idea that, you know, the problem with liberalism is that you end up giving women the vote, and then you end up getting socialism. Or that we are tired of the liberal order, and he's looking, you know, we're in 1921 right now, or 1931, I can't remember which date he said, but basically arguing like, we're tired of liberalism, we're ready for that strong man. I mean, it seems to me when they're talking about that individualism, what they're talking about is the emancipatory movements of women, of black people, of brown people, of anybody who's been marginalized in society up until, I don't know, the 1930s, 40s or 50s or 60s, and starting to get their individual rights without being, because when they're talking about the collective, what they're really talking about is a hierarchy that is either a racial or a patriarchy, right?
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. I mean, I think that someone like Patrick Deneen would you know, would deny that completely and say, he would say, of course, there have been some good things about liberalism, but historically, his critique tracks very well to what you're describing as the emancipatory, you know, transformation of our society, and this, you know, a pretty wonderful and, you know, shifts in who has some status in our society. And so I think he's in a real bind there. I will say he's also, the post-liberals, I mean, if we're to do them the most justice we can, I think they for them, and it's not just Deneen, it's people like Sohrab Ahmari, Adrian Vermeule at Harvard. There are some pretty serious people in this camp, and some important policy people who they care about the economics of liberalism, and part of their criticism is of sort of what we would call neoliberal economics. And so I think that that's an important kind of distinction between them and the Claremonters, and they're sort of the most serious in terms of sort of putting forward some policy proposals that I think sometimes people on the left might really appreciate. The trouble is they also want to conjoin this with like the abandonment of the separation of church and state, and they've got this sort of aristopopulist ideas that say what we are seeking is the common good, and we get to define that, and we then get to use the levers of power once we take over the state to impose those moral principles on the rest of society.
Well, there is a growing, I just think it's important to say liberalism too, and neoliberalism, liberal economics failing, right? Trump came on the scene in part due critiquing free trade, critiquing Hillary Clinton and NAFTA, and then even Biden, despite not being like a radical leftist, understood that there had to be like direct intervention in the market, particularly in the wake of COVID, to kind of get the economy moving. Both of these visions are recognizing the failures of liberal economics and are both advocating for a more direct state intervention in the economy and in society, and a stronger state. The one on the left is a more collectivist vision, hopefully, and there should be. I wish there were more Democrats that subscribe to it. But on the right, as you're saying, they'll say collectivist, but it's about the hierarchy of the group that they're advocating for. And instead of a vision of like democracy, which can be compatible with a left-wing vision, it's the strongman, the autocrat that does that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how I think about it.
I did a thing on CNN a week or two ago with some type of Christian conservatives. We were walking off. We were talking about. I was talking about Mamdani, and he was saying like, "Yeah, I really want." I said, you know, I don't understand. I can't remember how we got onto this conversation, but I was saying, yeah, Mamdani, like the universal child care is going to be amazing. Because he was saying, I really want families to be able to like not feel the pressure and have more kids. That's what it was. He was saying, like, we need to have more kids. And I said, well, then you must really like the free child care. And he's like, well, I want to see wages go up so that we don't have to have both parents working.
Exactly.
And it took like 2 minutes to realize, like, he didn't want free childcare, which would take the stress off of people, because that would mean that
the free childcare would be cheaper than raising the wages.
I know. So that's exactly what you have to keep an eye on. I mean, I think some of these people are pretty sincere, and I mean, I was at an event.
He seems sincere.
No, but let me just say. Some of these guys are sincere in the sense that I was at a conference a few weeks ago, and the editor of Compact magazine, Matthew Schmitz, was asked, who's the most post-liberal president we've seen or politician? He said Joe Biden, and that's because of the infrastructure bill, right? And some of these things. And some of these people are for a child tax credit, but I think most of them are much more for like the Viktor Orban model, right? Where it's like exactly what you're describing. They want women at home, and I think women should have the choice in social father. So there is some overlap there, but they don't want. I don't think they are accepting of gay marriage, and so. The people getting these benefits in their world
like you're
will
gonna take a nap.
Traditional families, right? And maybe not even single mothers. I mean, it's very conservative in that old, social conservative sense. And they want to empower the state perhaps to do some of these social programs that I would be all for, but they also want to use it to do things like, claw back marriage equality, and do all kinds of other incentives to kind of shift back the demographic.
Is J.D. Vance of that ilk? Like, I mean, it seems like the Opus Dei people, like the Peter Thiel, like the hardcore, like there's a new strain of like trad wife, and like are all like seem to be in that sort of like hardcore Catholic. I mean, I'm trying.
Yeah,
to,
it's pretty messy. Yes, I think J.D. Vance has identified with the post-liberal groups. I saw him at the book launch for Patrick Deneen's next book called Regime Change. But he's kind of got his fingerprints all over the new right. I mean, all of these different categories that I talk about, he's spoken. The Claremont people love him. Thiel's connected to the Claremont people as well as the NatCons, as well as J.D. Vance, clearly. And he's spoken at the National Conservative Conferences. I think I see it as a real coup for the new right, that they have elevated J.D. Vance so high. I think he's really their boy, and they're thrilled by everything he does.
Let's talk about the NatCons. Like, where are the NatCons in this? Are they sort of the? I mean, they're all.
I think of them as like they're the organizers, and sort of they're this sort of big tent, messy. They'll welcome everybody. Sometimes the post-liberals don't go to those There's some schisms there. There's a few disagreements, partly about economics, partly about foreign affairs, but they basically are like.
Kevin Roberts, the sort of like besieged head of the Heritage Foundation, is he a NatCon?
He has definitely spoken at NatCon, and he gave a very telling. I mean, the story I tell in the book is that the group sort of emerged under the first Trump administration, but then they really consolidated power in the second administration, under Biden. And there was this moment, I think it was in 2022, when Kevin Roberts had been made president of the Heritage Foundation the year prior. And then he went to the NatCon conference and he said to them, I'm here as a representative basically of like Conservatism Inc., this, vaunted organization. And I'm here to say, we are joining you. You are we're not here to support you. We're here to join you and recognize that you have led the way. So it was kind of this moment where the right just got on board with the radical agenda of these intellectuals and signaled that we are sort of departing from our old model. And the NatCons in general are driven by nationalism, and that means
honestly, like the last time
sort of old-fashioned capital N nationalism, not just patriotism. It's a sort of turn against the kind of creedal Americanism that says we are united by ideas and principles, not by the color of our skin. So the NatCon leader, Dora Mazzoni, is an Israeli-American scholar who defends nationalism, saying what you need in politics is a relatively homogenous nation. Homogenous in terms of culture, language, history, religion. He doesn't say ethnicity, but you can easily see how that tips into a kind of ethno-nationalism. And certainly that's been the big question with the NatCon since the beginnings of their movement. And I do track in my book how they started off saying we don't want any racists here at our conference, and then gradually the doors kind of opened to some pretty unsavory
realize, like, actually,
Well, that's the whole.
Well, you're okay. I mean, maybe not you, but Darren Beatty. Yeah, you come and give us a speech, and there's a few people like that. Amy Wax. There's a long list.
And they're also like Christian nationalists too, fall in here, right? For the most part,
many of them are. And Hazony, despite being Jewish, has said Christian nationalism is the only way to defeat woke the religion of woke.
Well, Christian nationalism for the United States.
Israel gets
some type of
Jewish
like
nationalism.
Jewish nationalism for Israel.
Absolutely. And that's, I mean, part of the funny thing here is they talk, Yoram Hazony quotes John Stuart Mill when he talks about the diversity of nation states. So he says, I'm not opposed to diversity. I just don't want any diversity internally.
Right. Well, that's also Nick Fuentes' argument about, races is like, I don't hate them. I just don't want them near me.
It's why Richard Spencer, despite being a white nationalist Nazi, supports the state of Israel, because they believe that these demographics should have their own enclaves. Once again, the rejection of liberalism, or about conservative rejection of liberalism being about imposing a hierarchy, is really important to point out. And I wonder how you feel this new kind of intellectual movement on the right fits into the idea of migration, and the more that we're going to be seeing due to climate change, potentially billions of people, but millions and millions of people being displaced due to the conditions that are being created by climate change, and how liberalism as a concept that also includes potentially more liberal border policies and things like that have influenced this movement's rejection of multiculturalism.
Well, it's their big boogeyman, right? Is immigration, and it's been a big sort of linchpin of their policy ideas from the very beginning. Michael Anton defined Trumpism as economic nationalism, secure borders, and America First foreign policy. And he's really been at the foreground of trying to shut down the borders and end birthright citizenship and all of this. And I mean, I think it's so tricky because obviously some of the American people are right there with Michael Anton. And they're able to fearmonger on this issue and kind of override, I think, the facts on the ground about the contributions that people make to our country, and just the importance of these norms of liberal internationalism that allow asylum seekers and refugees to move around the world. And a lot of it is like our politics have failed over the last 20 years to give people a decent life and have a path to citizenship. And I don't blame the Democrats for that as much as the Republicans, because I think that there hasn't. I don't study this carefully. I think there have been some really good faith efforts to do that, and some of the old Republicans used to also at least pay lip service to that. So, I mean, the country has failed on that issue, and I don't know. I mean, it is hard because things are so vicious right now, right, and so heartbreaking and cruel that it's hard to want to talk reasonably about the issue, right? And I think for liberals, because it's hard to even acknowledge that there might be an immigration issue because of what they're doing. I mean, so I think it's really a mess, and I mean, to me, it's just. So
what you're saying is
maybe you guys take me somewhere else.
It's hard. Well, it's hard to talk about it in the context of a policy, a prescription, when you're fighting against fascistic forces.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is give any credence to their bigotry and just the absolute horror show of what's unfolding. I mean,
yes.
And
I
so,
think that's the case with frankly a lot of things in this context.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Welcome to the show. New year, new show. And boy, oh boy, do I have a video for you. Holy cow. Are you about to see some wild stuff? So in just a second, I have a Trump accuser who has a bone-chilling tell-all story that's going to leave you speechless and disgusted and feeling like you need to take a shower. But I have to play it for you. So I now have the full Katie Johnson video where she tells her story. For those of you who don't know, Katie Johnson, she was a 13-year-old at the time, and according to her, Trump sexually assaulted her, raped her. She was in that Epstein insider circle, and she has an absolute nightmare of a story. So I'm going to play that for you in just a second. It's a long one, but you should see the entire thing. We'll talk about that. Then after that, we'll get to some just disturbing numbers. Prices are now surging out of control, and Americans are revolting over the economy in free fall. We'll talk about that. We have a MAGA voter finally flipping and realizing the scam. And she talks about it on video, the things that got her to wake up and see the light. Then later on, we also have greasy Gavin Newsom is tanking his 2028 chances. Why? Because he's billionaire meat riding in the year of our Lord, 2026. Can you believe that? He's not even in favor of a billionaire wealth tax. I can't even wrap my mind around that degree of political malpractice in the year 2026. So we'll talk about all that and more. You guys know the drill, man. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon so you get a notification every time a video drops, and you don't have to rely on the YouTube algorithm, which is not a big fan of political channels. You can also support the show on Patreon and tip with that thanks button on YouTube. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser or done an ad read or talked to a billionaire or a government or a PAC or anything like that. You guys keep this show funded from the ground up. And also, you can support Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And go subscribe to Corrin's World, the YouTube channel. We do live Kyle and Corrin episodes. We have an episode today. Me and Corrin do an episode tonight. Come hang out with us tonight. And also every Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and jump right in, Ski. And like I said, this is serious. So I'm going to give you all a forewarning, man. I'm not a big trigger warning kind of guy. I don't like to give people, you know, that sort of stuff. I feel like it's a little goofy, a little overly sensitive, if you will. But having said that, if there was ever a time for a trigger warning, this is it. I mean, this is like, what you're about to hear is the story of a girl who was allegedly raped and abused by both Trump and Epstein. And all I have to say is prepare yourself and buckle up. Now, what happened is she filed a lawsuit against both Trump and Epstein. And I believe it was in 2015 or 2016. And she told her whole story. She went on to drop the lawsuit. And there's speculation, hey, did she drop the lawsuit because she was threatened? Did she drop the lawsuit because she was paid to drop the lawsuit? Did they, like, you know, pay her behind the scenes to go away? Did they pay her an exorbitant amount of money, right? Is it both things? Was it like a carrot or the stick thing? Look, you'll either be in danger or you'll be rich. You choose. But, you know, this isn't going to go any further. You're not actually going to go to court. You're not actually going to be able to, you know, prove your case. But we do have this video. It's resurfaced. It's floating around on social media, and it is quite the eye-opener. So here is Katie Johnson, which, by the way, is an alias. She didn't use her real name. But this is Katie Johnson, who in 2015 and 2016 accused both Trump and Epstein of rape, sexual abuse, and here's what she has to say.
No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance. And he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it, so I agreed to.
Now, notice the language. He said, my recruiter. Further evidence, further reason to believe this was basically a human trafficking organization, right? Your recruiter? What does that mean, your recruiter? You're recruited into this lifestyle where you have to pleasure old men when you're underage? That's child sex trafficking is what that is.
And then he, I began to, sorry, this is a little difficult, but before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, you need to use a glove. And the recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, no one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove. So I needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job, and then immediately after, he had an orgasm, he left, and I didn't see him again at that party. Jeffrey Epstein is a billionaire friend of Donald Trump's that was responsible for throwing the sex parties. There was, I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels, I met a girl named Tiffany there who was very interested in me and said that, that's what she did, is that she helped girls, get what they wanted, and she could help me get into modeling.
So remember, what she's saying here is, if this also checks out, is that they're young models, teenage models. As I've been telling you for a long time, and there's plenty of reason to believe, that, Miss Teen USA and all these teenage modeling agencies. Trump had one, by the way. Friends with Jean-Luc Brunel and John Casablancas, notorious pedophiles. It was all a front for child sex trafficking.
She knew a lot of people that were higher ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why, but I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. It would be no sweat. So, of course I went, that sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties. And they all looked, most of them were, my age. There was, maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young, so. So
all underage. All of these girls underage at these sex parties. They literally can't consent.
And he will never
legally they can't
ever
consent.
Get in trouble for it. Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to my bra, just my panties, and I thought that was weird, but modeling, maybe it was something about my figure. And he asked that I give him a massage. And then he asked me my age. He asked me, and I told him, told him that I was 13. I told him why I was there, and he basically said, "Well, you'll do. I'm sure that you'll fit pretty nicely here." And then he tried to basically slip himself inside of me, and I pushed him away, and I said, I'm because at that point in time, I still believed that there was models, and then there was the girls that did that. Like, I thought there was a separation. So, I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove. He kind of liked things to be his first. If that, for lack of a better term, but he was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me, so I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and she said, well, she's 13 as well.
Oh my God, bro. So according to her, Donald Trump chose her at the age of 13 because she reminded him of his daughter. And she had her wear a blonde wig to look more like his daughter. Oh my God, bro. What? This man is a demon. This man is literal Satan. And he's the most powerful man on earth now.
So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. Oh. The reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt that it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is.
Just not heard about this?
I don't think that he should even be the dog catcher, let alone running the greatest country in the world. After I met Tiffany at the bus station.
Oh, by the way, I should clarify. Tiffany is her recruiter. This is not referring to Tiffany, Trump's daughter. I just want to clarify that, because I had that same question when I first watched it. She's not referring to that Tiffany.
After I met Tiffany at the bus station, she took me to, basically went to her house, her apartment, and got ready. I put on a blonde wig because it seemed fun to pretend to be someone different, but we went to the party that I was basically interviewing for, and Jeffrey Epstein was the one that was running the party. He had a quick meeting with everyone that was employed there, and then he had a private interview with me. The first time that I met Jeffrey Epstein, he did try to force himself inside of me without getting the go-ahead or anything. And then it was probably about the third or fourth party is when he basically forced. It was another massage, and it was basically like, it wasn't sex, but there was penetration, and I told him that I didn't want that, but he kind of got a little irritated. So I don't know, there was something about him that I guess I kind of held him, I held a lot of resentment towards him. By that time that happened, I kind of already started catching on that maybe I wasn't there for modeling, and maybe I was just getting used for things, and I felt that kind of held him responsible. I did receive money to go to these parties. After every party, I was paid by Mr. Epstein.
So again, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, and these older men have their way with them, and then they pay them as they leave.
Out of all the girls that were there with me, most of them were 13, 14. I think the oldest one might have been 16, but just turned 16, and she'd been there for a while. It was Tiffany. He liked to watch other people have sex. I mean, it was he's a germ, doesn't like germs, so he, rather than partaking, he just watches. So Tiffany had informed him that I was the virgin, and so I was basically, so it was Tiffany who introduced us. Okay. The second time that I saw Mr. Trump was same scenario. He was onlooking at an orgy, and Tiffany came over to me and said that Donald Trump had requested that I perform oral sex on him, and I'd never done something like that with anybody, so I was a little nervous. So I walked up to him, and he was sitting there very proud, and I just kind of moved in that direction, and he kind of slapped me away and said, "What are you doing? You need to put a condom on," like I was some dirty filth or something without a condom. Tiffany ran over and handed him a condom and apologized, profusely, and said that would never happen again. And she looked at me and scolded me basically like a child and said that that's not how Donald Trump always anytime you touch his penis, it needs to have a condom on or a glove, and especially when it comes to performing oral sex. So I apologized, and then I performed oral sex on him. And once he was done, he hopped up, but that's the last I saw of him at that party. It's like once he's done, he's out. So. Okay. Sometimes before the. So according to these allegations, not only is he a pedophile and a rapist, but he's also an abuser as well. Some of the things that I noticed that were weird with him was sometimes before the parties he would come over and Jeffrey Epstein and himself would kind of banter back and forth, and he was Donald Trump was very racist. He said a lot of racist things. Like there was a lot of comments towards Mr. Epstein about being Jewish, and called him a Jew bastard. So that he was cheap, and there were some words I didn't even understand. Something about the shape of his penis being directly related to his mole, or I'm not too familiar with the Jewish tradition, so. But I'm pretty sure that whatever he was saying wasn't very nice.
By the way, there's been repeated references to Epstein's dick being shaped very bizarre, being shaped very weird. What was it? Somebody referred it it looks like the shape of a lemon or something like that. So this is a theme that keeps popping up, that he had a sort of a deformed dick. Which, by the way, Harvey Weinstein did too, and he's a notorious abuser. There's a weird sort of connection here. Trump, Stormy Daniels, was it, who said Trump has a fucking little mushroom dick. I don't know, there appears to be this weird connection between penile issues and sexual criminality.
Also referred to, people of Hispanic or, Hispanic name, they called them Spics. That was around the first time that the World Trade Center had gotten the bomb in the 90s. And he was, talking about the towel heads and how, we would just be better off if we, didn't let him in, or basically got rid of every single one that was already here. And I felt it made me really uncomfortable, really, really uncomfortable.
By the way, there's not a single person watching this who's going, yeah, that doesn't sound like Trump. if there's any story she could have told that would have meshed perfectly with the guy that we know he is, this is it.
He also loved to call black people niggers, and he Arabic people he called sand niggers.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
The only time that that he tried to give me some money was our last encounter together, where he acted out a rape fantasy. It just I was forced to give that money back because Jeffrey Epstein paid us after the party. So, but he just gave me the money. I don't even know why he gave it to me. Maybe to make me feel more cheap, but it was a pretty. It was a rape fantasy to him, but I wasn't playing. So.
Oh my God. So according to her description here, yes, it is the case that Epstein was the CEO of Elite Pedophile Sex Crimes Incorporated, and he was the pimp. And so the fact that Trump paid her directly, she said no, they took that money back, and he had to pay through Jeffrey Epstein, meaning he's taking a cut. So when you're going, well, I don't understand, where the fuck did all of Jeffrey Epstein's money come from? Well, we know he was connected to Les Wexner, the billionaire. We know he was involved not just with the CIA, he was almost a level above the CIA. Part of this, like, shadow government of, you know, transnational billionaire criminals and their lackeys. And so, in a sense, his wealth came from that. It came from his close ties to Les Wexner. It came from his close ties to intelligence communities. But also, he was basically an international elite pimp, is what he was, according to this description.
There was those 2 times, and then there was after the next thing that Tiffany approached me with was that he had a fantasy where he walked in on his maids basically making out, and that it was some type of fantasy for him. So she asked, I mean, at that point I was like, I don't want to be involved with anything that has to do with him. But she's like, you were just basically the other one. So there's nothing that you will have to do. Just don't, he's requesting you to be involved. So I reluctantly, I mean, I felt like I didn't have a choice there, but it was basically he's walking in, his 2 maids, I was one of the maids, I was the white maid. And there was a Spanish girl, Maria, who was a Hispanic maid. And we were making out, and he walks in, and he gets really angry and threatens to call immigration on Maria if she doesn't come over and make things right and give him a blowjob. So while she is over there giving him a blowjob, I am just trying to, I'm supposed to look scared, like, oh no, and cleaning of things and pretending like I'm trying to go back to my job as a maid. And then he's being so rude to Maria. I felt so bad for her, even though I guess it just didn't seem like a fantasy. It didn't seem like it's the weirdest fantasy as far as that. You know, he was threatening to call immigration on her, you know, so that she didn't know how to. You know, she wasn't even near going down to give him, perform oral sex on him before he slapped her away and said, you know, what are you doing? You know, you need to put a condom on, and she's trying to, you know, I'm so sorry, and he's like, you can't even understand what you're saying, you know, and just, you know, speak English, you know. You called her derogatory comments, and then he's like, you know what, you don't know what you're doing, have her come over and show you how it's done. And so I said that I didn't, you know, I had to go over there or else he was going to call immigration on Maria. I didn't know if it was true or not, but I felt that, you know, he said that if I didn't show her how to perform oral sex on him, then he was going to call immigration on her and then get rid of us both. You know, it was anything that was in relation to him getting off or being satisfied or happy had to do with him being in power, but extreme power. And it.
Oh my God, that is way too on the nose. Holy shit, that's way too on the nose. It goes one way or the other way, right? Somebody who's like Trump wants to be, me, I'm big boss man, I make all the decisions. Somebody like that, it's either the case that they like to be extremely submissive, where, you know, the dominatrix is shoving a fucking candle up their asshole and, you know, whipping them and saying, like, who's my bitch? It's either that or it's exactly what she's describing, which is the opposite, which is like, no, he literally only gets off on power. He's got to be this, like, evil, disgusting, domineering character. And that's exactly, this all fits the profile fucking perfectly, bro.
It's very hard to even, it was always intimidating when he was like that. It was always, you didn't really know if it was true or, I mean, like, if you refused to play along, would he really call immigration on Maria? Would he really get rid of us both? And I didn't even want to know what that meant.
He
you know,
knows
I always
exactly what to do.
It wasn't a game.
So that
he literally does this. He plays these sorts of sick games too, with everybody in his inner circle. They'll play power games and, you know, do divide and conquer and play people off each other. And, you know, it's a competition for who can kiss his ass the most. Like, all this fits.
It just felt like it wasn't a game. Yeah. The one night that I had the blonde wig on, he mentioned that I looked like, you know, that I reminded him of his daughter. And actually the maid fantasy, I didn't have a blonde wig on. I was trying to stay away from blonde wigs at the time. But he actually told Tiffany that that's what he wanted me to wear. Like, he wanted it, and anytime I put it on, anytime I had it on and he'd see me, he'd say, oh man, you look, and it wasn't like oh, you remind me of my daughter. It was a sick, evil, like, you remind me of my daughter. It was just this weird pleasure, sick smile. Like, I don't even want to know what he was thinking about. I could imagine what he was thinking about. After the parties would end, we were to report to Mr. Epstein and basically tell him everything that happened, with who, what they liked, what they disliked, if there was any requests, if there was any talk about anything. That's what, you know, we told Mr. Epstein everything. And then he paid us, and then we got to go home. And most of the time with me, you know, I would either, you know, I normally got taken to the airport, you know, so to go back home. The fact that Trump has a chance to be the next president makes me feel disgusting inside.
Yeah, so again, let me just point out, this was in like 2015 or 2016. She waged the lawsuit. There were reports on it. And then she dropped the lawsuit. And people are like, well, was she threatened? Because Trump sort of had a history. And you could talk, you know, Karen McDougal, Stormy Daniels, they have stories too where they felt threatened, right? So was she threatened to drop the lawsuit? Or was it the opposite, that it was like, hey, we'll pay you fucking 10 million DZACs to make this go away. Just don't say a fucking word from now until forever. We don't know. We don't know. But, you know, this testimony still stands. This testimony's still out there. It's amazing to me this has been floating around. I'm not sure I ever saw the thing in its totality. I'm not sure I ever saw the full thing. But now here it is. It resurfaced, and now's a better time than any to talk about this, especially with all the new revelations about just how much Trump is in the Epstein files. Trump is the #1 person referenced in Epstein's emails. 23,000 emails. He's referenced about 1,600 times, more than anybody else. And so we know how integral a part he was. He may be one of the fucking 10 co-conspirators with Epstein's Fredophilia ring. Like, one of the people who was running it, right? And so now's a better time than any to go back to this.
I've always been proud to be an American. I think we live in a beautiful country. But I just see him ruining everything. You
can say that again.
A horrible, what he portrays on the outside isn't even that great, but people don't even know the half of how evil, how sick and twisted that man is. I have a friend that's been my friend ever since the school year that I stopped going, you know, the 8th grade. I confided her, and she knows all about it. She knows everything. I mean, I destroyed everything, like, you know, any planes. I couldn't risk my dad finding out. And now I think I'm old enough to where I don't think, you know, at that point I didn't want to not be his little girl, you know. I didn't want to lose my dad.
Which begs the question, how many other people like Katie Johnson are out there? How many other girls went through a very similar thing who are just not saying anything because they don't want to bring up old trauma from the past? They don't want to, you know, have to tell the family something that they want to keep quiet. They don't want to ruin their current relationships. They don't want to reopen that can of worms. How many people just like her? I mean, we knew Epstein was caught with, what was it, like a dozen different passports of girls from like Lithuania and Czechoslovakia and like all these places. It's very clear what this was, guys. It's very clear what we're looking at.
Basically, I would never, as far as keeping proof of any of the trips, the only person, I never told my parents, you know, there would be no happy, you know, there would be no good outcome of telling my parents. You know, they would have grounded me. I would have never been allowed out of the house. You know, my father would have come unglued. I did tell a friend, she's still my best friend to this day. She knows everything. She knows it all. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to save the country that I believe that we have. I know what he does behind closed doors. Like, if that's all, I'm willing to sacrifice my life to put our country back in the right, like going maybe in some type of positive direction. Not even, there's no right or wrong, but a positive direction. This guy's not going to take us anywhere positive. You know, as far as my life changing by coming out with this information, I've thought long and hard about whether or not I should, and I've gone back and forth. But
by the way, I also want to point out, with the dump of the new Epstein emails that we got from the Epstein estate, you had Epstein reacting to this in real time in the emails, where he said, well, if there's anybody who can make this go away, it's Trump. He said something like that. So, like, he knew he was getting sued by her. Like, this was a big deal to them.
But I think that I think that the American people need to know what kind of man this person is. And if my life changes because of that, then so be it. But the American people need to know what they're dealing with. If I had the chance to talk to Donald Trump, I would run the other way. I'm scared of him like I've never been scared of anything else in my entire life. I can't explain it to you, but the fear
I am tired
of him even being in the next room. I have a panic. I have a panic.
I have a bad habit of like.
The last encounter that I had with Donald Trump,
going like
Tiffany approached
2 nights
me
in a row with like
about,
2 to 3 hours of sleep each
scene
night, and then I'll crash for like 12 hours, and I'm on day number 2.
Out, and I
so
didn't like the sound of that at all. But Tiffany promised, assured me that it wasn't going to be if it was anything I wasn't comfortable with, we could stop. That she would be right there, and that it wouldn't get out of hand, and that it was a fantasy, like it wasn't really going to happen. And so I told her that I would. She basically, Tiffany was always nice to me. It wasn't that I trusted her, else and I wouldn't have always trusted her, or done what she asked me to. But she was there, and he came in, and I was basically tied to a bed with pantyhose, and he tied him. They were so tight, it hurt to even like lay there. And I tried to say something, and it was like, you just, shut up, shut up, bitch. It was basically like he was being really, really rough. And I understand. It just didn't seem like a fantasy. And I started to get scared, and he was, basically like ripping my clothes off, and I was actually I got freaked out. I told him that I didn't want to do this. I was, I screamed over for Tiffany, she was like, Mr. Trump, she's only, this is scaring her. And he's like, oh, you shut up too. He just turned into this animal. It was like a completely different person. It was like everyone in the room was scared of him. And I was, it was like I couldn't do anything about it. And he ripped off all my clothes, and he started to basically have sex with me, and I was screaming because I had never had sex before. It was my first time, and Tiffany was yelling at him too. She was saying I was a virgin, and he told us to just shut the fuck up, and just basically took my virginity while I was crying and telling him to stop. And that's basically begging for him to just stop. And Tiffany didn't know what else to do either. No one was there to help us, or me. And so after the fact, he basically finishes it. It didn't take that long at all. But it was just, it felt like it was like 5.5 hours. It felt like it was an eternity. Like, I don't even know how long it was, but he was done, and I was crying, and Tiffany was consulting me, and she was, apologizing. She told me that she just never put me in that situation again. But he comes over mad because I was crying, and he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. He basically didn't say took my virginity. He said I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry, and not some pimply little 14-year-old. And I just was like, what if I said, what if I get pregnant? I'm not even talking to him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was talking to Tiffany. And he said, well, you'll get an abortion then, bitch, and then just walked away. And I told Tiffany I needed to go home. I never went back again.
Jesus Christ.
I guess it's for you to decide, if I don't have any kids myself, because I'm afraid to have kids, because who knows what kind of damage they can get into. But if you have a 13-year-old daughter, and would you be okay with the person who's running our country doing that to your little girl? And I don't know. I just want people to know. I think that I have a faith in our society that we'll make the right choice.
Oh man.
He seemed to be taking great pleasure in like dominance and control, and just the more I screamed, the more I got scared, the more he was enraged and like enraged with power, and it was like he was just charged with it. It was scary. My experience with Donald Trump has made it to where I can't be in a healthy relationship, much less I can't be in a relationship without myself sabotaging it. I don't do well. I mean, I've been in a couple of relationships. I mean, they're never of interest to me normally, but one in particular that was he was a wonderful man, and I completely, knowing I had like subconsciously, I couldn't even control myself. It was like I had to get him out of my life because, you know, I don't know why. It was like anytime anyone loves me, I don't feel worth it, or, you know, I don't even know how to explain it. Like I can have acquaintances, guys that are acquaintances, but I just, you know, anytime it's maybe someone expressed anything else besides that, I take some type of pleasure, I don't take pleasure in it, but subconsciously, whether I mean to or not, sometimes I've meant to, it's like I've purposely hurt their feelings just so they'll never talk to me again. Like I make sure that it's not ever a possibility. And Donald Trump destroyed my feeling of self-worth and my self-esteem when it was still growing, like when it just bloomed. It hadn't even had a chance to experience anything. I have only spoken to one therapist about this just recently, actually. For a long time, I just tried to forget about it. Just tried very hard. But I've been to counseling for other things, and I went to counseling for the previous relationship that I was sabotaging, and my counselor said, something has happened to you where you need to deal with that. That's actually what kind of was like, He knew that there was something that had happened where I was sabotaging these relationships, but, you know, he said that it was my responsibility to deal with it, of course. This situation with Donald Trump has destroyed my self-esteem, and it's made it to where I feel like it's destroyed part of my life. The only healthy relationship I've completely demolished. And I love to choose the dysfunctional ones that I know I can just push away. After what happened with him, I can't trust a man ever again. Thinking about it just makes me sick to my stomach. So when something so traumatic happens to someone that's so young, you never, ever really get over it.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why he's tried so hard to block the release of the Epstein files. It's about protecting his own ass. It's about protecting the broader Epstein class, the billionaire pedophile cabal that he is a part of. He literally said to Marjorie Taylor Greene when she supported releasing them, he said, well, you're going to hurt my friends. You're going to hurt my friends. He views the perpetrators like they're the victims. And he doesn't even pay any mind whatsoever to the victims. Doesn't look at them as victims. He looked at them as fresh meat that he could fuck. That's what he saw them as. And so now you know. And with less than 1% of the actual Epstein files released, we already learned that the FBI was internally saying, hey man, heads up. Trump was on Epstein's plane way more than any of us ever realized. That was one of the things that we learned with 1% of the Epstein files released. We also learned, of course, that we have the limo driver in Dallas in that FBI intake form that said he heard Trump talking to a guy named Jeff on the phone, talking about abusing girls. That's a quote, abusing girls. We learned about a girl from Oklahoma who committed suicide after allegedly being raped by Trump. We learned that Epstein had a drawer which was just full of pictures of Trump. He had like a Trump dedicated drawer with other paperwork in there too, by the way. I'm curious what that other paperwork was. But when the FBI posted that, they realized and it was spreading around like wildfire, so they went back and pulled it down. They pulled down 16 different pieces that they wanted to redact, but they didn't. By the way, all the redactions other than the victim stuff is completely and utterly illegal. And they've been breaking the law on seemingly a daily basis as well, in order to try to cover their ass. We learned that Mar-a-Lago was subpoenaed in the Ghislaine investigation, because we also learned from the Wall Street Journal that was Jeffrey Epstein's stomping ground, where he would have Trump send him young girls from the spa, and he would abuse them. That's what we learned. So the list goes on and on. I mean, I could go all day on the different stuff in the Epstein files, but now you know what a first-hand account is like from Katie Johnson, who accused Trump and Epstein of all sorts of crimes in 2016, withdrew the case. We don't know if she was paid off. We don't know if she was threatened. We don't know if it was the carrot or the stick approach. We don't know. But this testimony is out there. They've done an amazing job at hiding this. Donald Trump does not want you to see this video at all, by any stretch of the imagination. So it's on you to spread this far and wide. It's on you to get this out there, to show the true nature of this psychotic regime. But that is disturbing, to say the least. And it's about time the truth come to light.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos...
Without being a little bit too self-congratulatory,
well, you stepped on it, so that should humble you a little bit.
A little bit. Pronunciation has never been my forte. But I was on CNN about a month ago, almost to the day, I guess. And driving over, I was hearing the press conference, or watching it actually on my phone, the press conference between Donald Trump and Zohran Mamdani. And I was amazed at this segment here. Oh, and you know, we say, I didn't realize it at the time, but it was Ryan Grim, what's her name?
Emily Jashinsky.
Emily Jashinsky, who asked this question in the White House.
President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of...
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But you know, I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially...
we don't need to hear him wax poetic about the times where he was committing statutory rape. But this was my reaction, literally, I don't know, we were on set. This is taped on a Friday night. It aired on a Saturday. But I was just amazed.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and my first reaction was, well, the second one was this. But Mamdani, in an hour, was able to essentially blow up the idea of demonizing democratic socialists. So Elise Stefanik is now lost in the middle of the ocean without any tether. Even people like, Chuck Schumer, even people within the Democratic establishment. All of that is true, but Elise Stefanik now has acknowledged that she has been lost at sea for the past month and has set up a flare saying that she's going to drop out of the gubernatorial primary on the Republican side. This guy Blakeman from Long Island doesn't seem to have any chance whatsoever. And she has now said she is not going to run for re-election, and she is going to just go into business.
Yeah. So just to recap the last few years of her career, just because it makes...
Yes. You relish this.
I love it so much.
You hate her.
I hate her so much. I hate her so much. Sorry to editorialize, but God, there's something about, like if you're going to be a rabid racist and a Zionist, treat yourself with a little bit less self-seriousness. And like the way that she was so gleeful about going after, it was Claudine Gay and the other college presidents who for not being brutal enough to the voices and the students on their campus who were trying to protest the genocide. the rabid nature of Elise Stefanik's McCarthyite Zionist hearings just really, really got under my skin, and I think a lot of people should go back in the record and watch some of those hysterical hearings. She was going to ride this, in her view, to a strong gubernatorial run, and that included racist attacks on Zoran Mamdani that Jasinski asked Trump about there, the jihadist stuff. This was going to be her whole campaign strategy. So I relish, one, that she had to withdraw from the UN because they were worried about their House margins, because Trump was so stupid when he and ketamine'd out Elon Musk were at Mar-a-Lago doing cabinet appointments based on fan fiction, and many of them got through, like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, but she didn't, because he jeopardized their House margins by trying to put her in office. So she had to go back to her district. She had already gotten her fancy apartment. She'd already gotten her nice little clothes. She thought she was going to be dining in New York and getting to make this her career. She goes back to her district upstate. They hate her. They call her out for never doing town halls. She's like, oh, God, all right, well, at least I'll run for governor. And then Trump destroys her again. This is what he's like. The only thing he's good for is going after other Republicans. We played that clip the other day of him going after Jeb Bush, and that's when Trump is at his finest and when I appreciate him the most.
And the thing about Stefanik that is the most odious in my mind is that all of this is cynical. I don't think she believes anything.
Yeah.
She came into office as an anti-Trumper.
That's the other thing.
And she came in as the sort of old school Jeb Bush Republican from upstate New York, and then just basically stuck her finger up in the air and was like, whoa, I didn't realize which way the winds are blowing. And I mean, I wonder on some level if a lot of this throwing her under the bus is a function of them going she's not really. She's not real. I mean, we don't know who she is, but she's never who she says she is.
Well, if she was hotter, maybe Trump would be on board with it.
The problem is, I want our person at the. She's a 5.
Yeah, not a central
I
casting.
don't know.
At least 8.
But the other thing is, the other part of that that happened out of that moment with Trump is, you don't hear. I mean. We were told what we were going to hear if Mamdani got elected, and this is certainly what Jeffries was afraid of, supposedly. We were told that every Republican across the country was going to be running against Zoran Mamdani.
Yep.
That this is the party of Zoran Mamdani. This is the party of the socialist communist. You haven't heard a word about it.
No,
you have not heard.
You've seen polling. AOC and Zoran, in terms of like popularity across the country, they still have time to catch up with name recognition, but they are popular politicians. I mean, Bernie Sanders is a very popular politician too. So I don't know how long the Democrats can ignore these numbers, but it doesn't have the salience that it should, because Trump, even in his addled state, still has a bit of a sixth sense about some of this stuff. And when someone's authentically popular, he sensed it with Bernie back in the day when he co-opted some of his messaging.
He didn't have to go so.
He did, but that's because Zoran's charming and flattered him, and we know the theory about that. Yes, we know that he mentioned he won 1 in every 10 Trump voters. He knows he I'm sure used that to his advantage.
He said the reports are that he said that the people in my district that voted for you, there's a lot of people that voted for me that voted for you.
Oh yeah, and I went to a place where your dad got his shoes shined or whatever it was. I mean,
so cheap, but easy.
But it's so disturbing.
I know
that's the politics of the country are going to turn on how 3 minutes of flattery of some moron who's in charge of essentially our the nuclear codes. You can't. I don't care where you are. You're in Texas. You're in Iowa. You're in Indiana. You can't run against your opponent as being the party of Zoran, because their opponent, the Democrats, is going to go Donald Trump said this guy actually just wants to make things better for Americans. If that's what he's accusing me of, that's exactly what I'm doing. And if you also look at what Mamdani has done, and I didn't want to go, talk more about Mamdani, but every poll now you see, it's affordability is the question. The word affordability is everywhere now.
Yep.
In the same way that Bernie had this impact on wealth disparity and money in politics, affordability is now the watchword.
despite the literally hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent over the past 6 months to make abundance the word. And now abundance was just a word. That's the problem. It was just a word, and different things were sort of crammed in there. If you've read the book, which I did, incidentally, you would see like, oh my God, this is just like a hodgepodge of like I've had stews that were more, like sort of like coherent and cohesive and homogenous than what's in that book. And the affordability is an extension of economic populism. Period. End of story. It is affordability. Basically says,
oh my God,
how do we make this country more livable for a greater amount of people? It is not we're trying to have like see how much one person can amass. Right. It is about the quality of life of working people, of the broad base of people in the country.
And the racism that they rely on becomes less salient in the same way in 2008 that the racism against Obama was less salient because he was the candidate that was one speaking against the war, but also as the economy began to fall apart, like offering something different. And Trump is speedrunning his way into a really early lame duck period, and the Republicans are, I guess, in general. So, like, I just think running on Zoran and using racism against him for being Muslim, when you contrast that with people's material conditions, it's just not going to have the same weight. So I love to see that fail for her epically.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
All right, guys, so it's been a drip of horrible news on the economy that I've been delivering for you, but let me give you some more sharp numbers here to really put a finer point on it. So look at this. This is CNBC posted this. They say the following: consumer categories with the most inflation since the pandemic. So what they did is they looked at the price of goods and how much it changed since November of 2019. Now, look, I know I'm ancient. I'm old as hell. I'm 37, but I feel like I'm 102. And so you tell me 2019, and my mind goes, oh, that was just yesterday. Like, that is not that long ago at all, right? Well, take a look at this. This is insane. Motor vehicle insurance has gone up 56.1% since 2019. Gas has gone up 48.8%. Motor vehicle maintenance, 48.8%. Coffee, 46.1%. Electricity, 40.4%. Meats, so like meats, including poultry and fish, 38.1%. Food away from home, like restaurant food, 34.8%. Used cars and trucks, 33.6%. Rent of a primary residence, up 30.8%. Bread, up 29.4%. Housekeeping supplies. So, you know, like Windex, fucking mops and shit like that, 26.2%. All items have gone up 26%. Alcoholic beverages away from home went up 25.9%. Personal care products, so like shit you buy like CVS or Walgreens, 24.9%. All items less food and energy, 24.7%. Milk went up 24.1%. New cars and trucks went up 22.6%. This is an astonishing increase since 2019. This is an astonishing increase since 2019. And so when you look at this massive backlash against Trump, where Trump's approval rating on the economy is 35%, this is at the heart of it. His approval rating being under 40%, this is at the heart of it. Now, of course, you have other things that play a role. I think the Epstein files play a role, for example. I think the corruption and the destroying of the East Wing and building the billionaire ballroom and shit like that, I think that all plays a role. But at the core of it, at the end of the day, I think this is it. I think this is like the thing people can't get over. Is because Trump did say on day one, I'll reduce prices on day one. We'll kill inflation on day one. And here we are, about a year in, and every single thing has gotten worse. Inflation is out of control. Unemployment is out of control. About 34% of the entry-level jobs are now gone. They're gone now. Because ChatGPT is basically taking those jobs. Not only that, but he destroyed the social safety net. As you all know, they kicked 18 million people off Medicaid. They raised health insurance premiums for everybody in the country. They cut the SNAP program. They cut 94 million pounds of food aid that went to food banks so people were hungry during the holidays, right? You put all this together, and you can see, I don't see a fucking rebound coming. I don't see a rebound coming. I fear of a colossal crash that makes 2008 look like child's play. How about this? Let me show you guys this. The average American household now owes $10,000 in credit card debt, $58,957 in student loan debt, $241,840 in mortgage debt, and $22,612 in auto loans, according to a survey by Policy Genius. So, people are drowning in debt. They're drowning in debt. People are not making enough money to pay the bills. They were already in a paycheck-to-paycheck scenario. We talked about how people who were going Christmas shopping, they were using Klarna for that. People are using Klarna for groceries. I mean, we're talking about like microloans with high interest rates just to get the necessities and get through the day. This is completely and utterly unsustainable. And by the way, the regime is acting like everything's great. Trump has his head shoved directly up his anus, and he's walking around like everything's great. The golden age is here. The golden age is amazing. We love the American golden age. Meanwhile, people are fucking, they're dying out there, man. They are dying out there. And so this should absolutely be a wake-up call to the regime that, like, bro, this chart right here, this first chart that we went through, I'm sorry, there's no amount of political bullshit that can override that. And that's the lesson Trump will never learn, because his whole life it's effectively been the opposite of that. He's bent reality to his will by being a phenomenal bullshitter, right? What does he do? He repeats his argument over and over and over and over and over. He's a right-wing postmodernist. He creates this new reality that he wants to live in through force and repetition. But he might get away with that in some fields. Like, I think he largely gets away with that on foreign policy. He got away with that with his fake Gaza peace agreement, where his approval rating is above water because he just lied about getting a peace agreement in Gaza. You can't get away with that on the economy. Because you can go out there and say, everything's great, everything's amazing, actually. But when people have first-hand experience of, hey, bro, my light bill went up 13%. I can't fucking pay that. Coffee's up 50%. I can't pay that. Right? And the list goes on and on. There's no amount of sophistry that gets you out of that. So people know exactly where to put the blame. They know exactly what's going on here. And they know that Trump is self-interested. What was that poll? We covered it the other day. I'm forgetting the exact number, but it was something like only 30% of the public think Trump puts concern for the country above concern for himself. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of it. Which means that like 70% of the country, understands that he puts himself first. That he's all about narcissism and self-aggrandizement and corruption and greed and making billions of dollars off the White House. It's all a grift. It's all a grift. It turns out, yes, the same family that stole money from a children's cancer charity, not the most reliable, not the most interested in trying to improve your life. Actually, low-key doesn't give a shit about you. High-key doesn't give a shit about you. And so people are now learning the hard way, bro. They're now learning the hard way. And the other thing is a bunch of red states are the ones that have felt some of the biggest fallout from Trump's policies. In fact, we have Texas was the hardest hit by the tariffs. Kentucky, there are 75,000 farms that are threatened. 95% of bourbon is threatened. They're the hardest hit with hospitals closing with the big bullshit bill. Remember, up to 742 rural hospitals are going to shut down now because of Trump's policies. We have, in Kansas, the USAID cuts that Elon did absolutely devastated crop exports, so they're cooked. Nebraska, beef and pork industries have hemorrhaged their workers. Now they're struggling. Iowa's GDP dropped 6% because of tariffs on aluminum and steel. And, of course, you have the deportations of meat plant workers, which affected them negatively. So some of these red states are front and center in getting their asses kicked as a result of Trump's policies. And unfortunately, a lot of them are still fucking ride or die for Trump, which is just, it's crazy to me. That is fucking crazy to me. The other thing is, it used to be the case that Trump would only, say, oh, if you're a blue state, I'm not going to approve your emergency declaration through FEMA. So you're on your own if you had some sort of an emergency in a blue state. But now he's also doing it to red states. He does not give a fuck. He will lie. He will make shit up. He will twist reality. And now he's doing it. They passed a bill unanimously that gave clean drinking water to Colorado. And it was Lauren Boebert was one of the co-sponsors of the bill. Well, since Lauren Boebert voted to release the Epstein files, Trump vetoed the bill for clean water for Colorado. That's how petty and vindictive and horrific this man is. He'd rather say, fuck you, to the American people in Colorado, have poisoned water, you sons of bitches. He'd rather say that than hold the L on the Epstein files. It's unbelievable. It is unfucking believable. So, look, this is just the beginning, y'all. This is just the beginning. I mean, I know I've been doing a lot of segments on the economy, showing you guys how the pieces are beginning to come apart, but this is just the start. And prepare yourself, because we're in a place now where when the shit fully hits the fan, the government is liable, Trump is liable to just keep pretending like everything is great. That's how dishonest he is. He's now set the table where even when everything goes to shit, he'll just lie still and act like, I don't know what you're talking about, everything's wonderful. And that is completely different than any other president in our history, right? No matter how much I would disagree with the president or any of us would disagree with the president, when the shit hits the fan, they would be working on it 24/7 and trying to figure out a way to put the train back on the tracks. Not this guy. Not this guy. He's so gone mentally, and he's such a postmodernist that even given all the evidence we currently have, things are going bad, he's still out there in lie mode. So there will be justice and there will be accountability, and we're already beginning to see that with some of these special elections, but it can't come soon enough.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. I want to welcome to the program Richard Slotkin, cultural critic, historian, professor of English and American Studies at Wesleyan University, which is sort of where I wanted to go to school, but I didn't get it. Author of A Great Disorder, National Myth, and the Battle for America. Richard, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Let's talk about the, well, let's first start with the idea of myth.
Yes.
Generically speaking, what does a national myth, or I guess a sub-national myth is part of the story here. What does that mean? Why do they exist?
Well, basically a national myth is the stories that have been developed over time to explain the origins and the historical movement, historical direction of America, of any nation state, since most of them do have national myths. It's a use of history to place people in a ongoing frame of collective action, collective belonging.
Does it come from a certain insecurity on some level? Because there's a quality of like backfilling and rationalizing historical things. Like,
just to step back for a second, the national myths really arise from crises in the development of a society, of a nation state. So when you have a crisis like the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, it forces people to think, what is the society really all about? And so a story forms around that situation, which then is told and retold and elaborated and explained, and above all is used as an analogy for interpreting something that's happening in the present. Now here, that's where the notion of insecurity comes in, that you resort to your myths, you need your myth when you're in some kind of crisis. So you look for some kind of analogy to explain where you are. Example I like to use is Pearl Harbor, that when the Twin Towers were hit on 9/11, the first analogy that people brought up was Pearl Harbor. Well, Pearl Harbor is a story. A story is a myth. And once you know that you're in the framework of using Pearl Harbor as an analogy for your crisis, you know that it's a serious crisis, and you also know what you have to do about it, which is to say, go to war.
Well, I mean, but the implication of a myth too is that part of it's not true, right? I mean that I mean, if there was an event that we all, as a society, experienced that was exclusively positive, I don't know if that's such a thing as possible, but let's say it was just exclusively positive. You know, do you need a myth around it, or is it like, you know?
You don't. Well, you need a myth. It's people are disposed to tell stories, to explain things, and the stories that make up a national myth at the core, they have something that is true in the sense of factual. There was, in fact, an American Revolution. We did have a Western frontier. We did have a Civil War. We did have what I call the Good War. We had World War II that transformed the way America relates to the world. These are true events. The use that you make of those events, when you interpret it, use them to interpret a present crisis, that is like a fiction. That is because 9/11 wasn't Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor's Pearl Harbor. 9/11's 9/11. And that's where the fictional element comes in. But because there's a core of truth to it, it's a very credible fiction.
Well, it's also used, I think, I guess I could pose this as a question for you, Richard. Are myths there to serve as power or to justify what the government wants to do in certain moments, to mythologize the past, to justify actions in the present?
Absolutely. That is, it is there. It does. It's not there for that purpose, but it does serve that purpose. And according to one of the theories of nation-state formation, national myths were developed by the political classes that organized national government. So it is related. It is useful to those in power. But the story itself is the property of everyone who belongs to the culture. So, for example, you have the use of the Civil War in a crisis like the Charlottesville demonstrations. And you have one side using the Lost Cause version, the Southern version of the Civil War, waving the Confederate flag. You have the other side invoking Abraham Lincoln and the war for the Union. The myth is a cultural property that can be used by any group. But I guess the core of what you're saying and what I'd like to do is it's political at its core, whether it's being used by protesters and rebels or it's being used by the government. It's political at its core.
All right, let's get into the specific myths that you do talk about. The first is the myth of the frontier.
Right.
Walk us through what that myth is, and why it was developed.
Okay, that's the first American myth, and it develops out of the fact that we are a settler state. The society begins as European colonies who grow and expand through the wilderness over a course of about 300 years. So you have a 300-year story of westward expansion. That is the core of the myth of the frontier. Now, in that story of expansion, there are two elements. One is an economic element, and that is the idea that America grows fantastically prosperous by exploiting new natural resources, and that the profits from that aren't simply small, but they're windfall profits. You go from being a colony of Great Britain to being the most powerful nation on the face of the earth in the space of less than 100 years. That's phenomenal growth. The second element in frontier myth is what I call savage war. And that is that to get the frontier, you have to displace the indigenous peoples. So at the core of this American idea of us as a westward expanding nation is an idea of race warfare. And that the primary distinction between that is at the core of American nationality is the distinction between white settlers and the non-white indigenous. That's the core of that myth.
And it occurs to me too that what it also does is it defines frontier from a specific perspective.
Oh,
yeah.
Right? Like,
sure.
Like the frontier. It wasn't the frontier for the indigenous people. It was home. And like, what does that by defining the frontier that way? Does that in some way sort of like diminish or essentially? I want to say whitewash, but it really sort of like it could complete erasure of that sort of like contradiction that exists there.
It certainly takes the settler point of view, and let's call it the orthodox version of the myth is that version. Cowboys good, Indians bad. But the other side of it is, remember, we're dealing with stories, right? And the frontier myth brings the indigenous peoples into the American story, at first as an opponent, but then what I want to say, as an alternative.
Shouldn't have done that.
If you think about the romances of Fenimore Cooper, if you think of some of the recent films about Westerns that take the Native American point of view, it's available through the myth as an alternative to the way that we developed. And you can see as things go forward, when you question the growth economy and when you question white supremacy, the Native American becomes a very important symbol of resistance, balance rather than growth, and what I want to say, racial reciprocity rather than white supremacy. See, the power of myth, I guess it partly relies in its simplicity, but its enduring power comes from its complexity. There's a contradiction in there, and that's what gives it its appeal and its power.
And so what is its utility? I mean, I can, even today, I can see how it's like exploited to aggrandize, entrepreneurs, let's say. I mean, like they're, what is it? Come in and destroy everything and, break things as to sort of like recreate a new frontier or something.
Right.
Well, what's been the utility of that through the years?
Mainly what you just said, that is mainly it has rationalized the development of a corporate economy that's in which growth, which is to say profit, is the all-important thing. There are alternative elements within the myth, but the dominant strain is certainly what I just said.
That's fascinating, and it allows for also to sort of say, like, and growth is in part, you're appropriating or extracting, or someone pays a price, but that's just part of the myth.
Yeah, one of the other things that's erased in the frontier myth is labor. The notion of profiting from, you think about it, the great thing would be like an oil bonanza or the fracking bonanza. It's a resource bonanza. You don't think about the labor that goes into developing it and the rights of the workers who are helping you exploit the resource. The other classic example is slavery in the South, where the southern frontier is a slave labor frontier, but the frontier myth discounts that.
Let's talk also about the I guess of the four big myths. You talk about the myth of the founding.
Right. Yeah, and that is the idea that the United States as a nation was formed by this group of extraordinarily wise and virtuous white men who developed a set of ideas and a set of laws that are perfect for the creation of a democratic nation state. Declaration of Independence is the principles: all men created equal, government by consent of the governed, and the Constitution is the legal regime, balance, checks and balances, and the supremacy of law. We invoke that so often, every time the Supreme Court issues a decision, especially when you're dealing with the originalists. They're invoking a story or a myth of the founding that assigns it extraordinary moral and legal authority. in the book, the thing that the current thing that I focus on most is gun rights, which is the gun rights movement, which has rooted itself in a version of a particular interpretation of the Second Amendment and mythologized that version so that it becomes a license to do just about anything you want, including arming yourself to overthrow the government.
And it's fascinating. There's almost like a 200-year span in which it's sort of like it reaches it makes its real move on some level. It's like, you know, like one of those Bruce Lee kidney punches. It happens, and then 3 weeks later, your kidney fails or something like that. But how does the within the context of the founding, you know, the sort of like general founding fathers myth, reconcile the difference between these two documents, right? Like the Declaration of Independence is a revolutionary document,
right?
Attacking the establishment. The Constitution is, in many respects, the creation of a new establishment.
Right.
Like, how does that? And this is this happens with any revolutionary government.
Yes.
How do they all of a sudden justify having a government when we just got through saying like there's a lot of problems with the government?
The beauty and the myth of the founding is precisely the contradiction you just pointed to, which is to say you can use it to rationalize a rebellion, and you can use it to rationalize suppressing the rebellion. And again, myth arises from a crisis. A crisis implies a contradiction, a choice in the frontier between living like an Indian and living like a settler, a choice between revolution and order. And you can't resolve those contradictions. They're just there. The myth, as it's told, as it's used, balances it one way or balances it another.
Let's move to the myth of the Civil War. There was really a couple that came out of the Civil War, and maybe more than any of these myths, it has been. It's really these myths have really had an ongoing revision. I mean, these are still in play.
Yes, yeah, all of them are still in play. The Civil War. You've got the three versions. You've got the Union version or the Liberation version. Save the Union, liberate the slaves. Abraham Lincoln is the hero. You've got what I call the White Reunion. It was just a war between white brothers, North and South. They reconciled, they recognized each other's bravery, and forget about the black people. And then the third one is the Lost Cause, which is that the South was right. And that violence is justified to either defend white supremacy, which is to say to secede from the Union, or to restore white supremacy after Reconstruction is instituted. And these are really powerful and have ongoing through the society since the Civil War.
What are the circumstances when those get invoked, I guess, or what do they, how do they animate what we see today? I mean, well, maybe we should talk about the Good War, and then we'll talk about how all of these myths is sort of like impact today.
Yeah. But the thing about the Good War, based on World War II, and really it really contains the New Deal, but it really applies New Deal principles to the Second World War. And it's the only one of the myths that is not white-centered, because the myth envisions America not as a white man's society, but as a multi-ethnic platoon, and indeed a multi-racial platoon that unite, in which the differences, the diverse population unites to fight a war of liberation against racist powers. And I guess to connect it back to the Civil War, you asked when the Civil War is invoked. It's invoked when the primary question is, what role does race play in defining what America is and who Americans are?
Man, have I looked that much more tired than usual?
Excuse me. Between like 1865 and 1925.
Or just like zoned out.
You had a kind of
you do, yeah.
shift from the possibility of a multiracial democracy, Reconstruction, to the rejection of that.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
and the acceptance north and south that
get
white
to the next little
supremacy
section
was
of this
necessary
map
to be
and probably call it
reestablished
a
in the
night.
South. But this is also the age of massive
That's why I'm not
immigration.
boring your brain with knowledge.
And one of the things that the Civil War myth
I honestly didn't even know
applied
you were
to
still there.
Is defining the difference.
I thought you just like
the
checked in,
existing
said hi,
white
dipped out.
population,
Might just
mainly
collapse
Northern
inward on
European,
itself.
and the new
that is very
immigrant
likely.
white population, East European, Southern European, but also Asian, and there's a movement towards what I call ethno-nationalism in the turn of the century period that the Civil War, and particularly the Lost Cause myth, plays a big role. Now, the Good War rises in direct contradiction to that ethno-nationalist tendency. And the reason that it happens is that you simply cannot fight a 20th century war with
yeah, it definitely does not seem like my
excluding
brain has any retention
minorities.
capabilities
By
today.
only having a white army.
That's right.
Like
you can't do it.
I'm
it
hearing
cannot
what
be
they're
done.
saying, but I'm not necessarily listening.
You need the soldiers, and you need the financial support of the communities. I did a book called Lost Battalions about the First World War, and if you look at that period, in the space of about a year, the government goes from saying you can't trust any of these immigrants to saying, oh, America is not a racial society. It's a multi-ethnic society. Anyone who believes in American principles can be an American, and it doesn't last. There's a snapback, but that's a sign of things to come. That when the bigger test of the World War II comes, they go back to that and really makes it between 1940 and 1970 a huge transformation occurs.
And having grown up in the era of like those type of war movies, which were so platoon focused. I mean, obviously there's platoon, but like all of them have like, and you know, Spielberg is the perfect example of like, if you want somebody who is sort of fully embraced a myth and regurgitating it back to Americans, you know, Saving Private Ryan, like you can just go right down the line. Like, you know, I know what the casting office looked like.
Oh, that hurt my eyeballs.
We're going to need one guy who's going to play Italian. We're going to need one guy who's looking Irish. We're going to need one African American. We're going to need one.
So tired.
You know, this is the way that it's
I now
going to
have
work.
a bounty
And
because I started
everybody's going to be
attacking.
called some variant of their
friendly.
Hey, he's Philly, and he's you know, whatever it is.
Yeah. Interestingly, there were no African Americans in Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, geez,
in the platoon, no. But your slip is really critical because the original platoon movies made during World War II, the two big ones, Bataan and Sahara, both have black guys in the platoon at a time when the U.S. Army was segregated. Hollywood is projecting an image of an idealized country that doesn't exist, and selling it as the war. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm curious too how America's role in fighting the Nazis also plays into that myth, right? Of the United States as kind of a beacon of multiculturalism versus the Nazis exterminating the Jews and many other minorities, LGBTQ people as well. Like, you know, I think in the period since then have, because of the growth that happened after World War II, mythologized our role in it and say, like, not talked about how the Soviet Union lost 20 million people fighting the Nazis, for example.
That's true. And also not facing up to the fact that the army was segregated, that Jews and blacks were discriminated against in the service, blacks even worse than in World War I, actually. Blacks had a harder time getting into combat units in World War II than in World War I. Jews and blacks were routinely denied medals that they had earned in combat. So it's not real. It is a fiction. but it's very powerful fiction. And one of the things that I try to do is that once you've got this paradigm, you can. It's like a tracer. It's like banding the leg of a bird. You can follow the platoon from 1940 through 2002. And one of the things you see, the Spielberg example, I think is an excellent example, is a kind of reversion to a more segregated view, a nostalgia in Spielberg, I see, for a whiter world. The other movie that I deal with in the book a lot is Black Hawk Down, where you have a black versus white. Is the story of that? It's the story of that movie, and the only black soldier in the platoon, only one black soldier, breaks down at one point. He fails to shoot a black woman who's charging the position, and the white guy, and she's got a gun or a grenade, I forget what it is, and so the white troops have to shoot her. That is within the framework of the story. We can inflect it to reflect the ideological
Liberty, you still there?
Of our times, and I see that drift as a drift towards MAGA.
We should say that was about in Mogadishu.
Liberty, let me know if you're still there. I want to show you something since you're here. Oh, don't worry, I do have information. DOJ is going after pocket knives under the dangerous, unusual tradition. By the way, the tradition is state law. Federal government saying near the power of the states use the time of felony justifies use the power to Oh, anyway, you're gonna love this one. Oh man, I was saving this just for you.
Network. Shlomo Kramer, also one of the founders of Checkpoint.
Where's the volume? Oh.
Another big cyber company. Shlomo, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How is AI, cyber warfare, shaping geopolitics right now?
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, from critical infrastructure
Listen to what this
to the fabric of society.
Israeli immigrant has to say. Israeli billionaire immigrant.
Giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries, First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great. And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank.
And these are the people that are donating money to our politicians.
That expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government
should
control the social media.
Yeah, should do that. And we need to educate people against lies, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio. And really government are not doing this today at any rate, and enterprises are left fending for themselves.
The technology is moving much faster than the political system typically can to respond to it.
So you need to use technology in order to stabilize the political system, and you need to put adjustments that are perhaps not...
I mean, we're at
when he says stabilize the political system, he means crush any dissenting opinions of what Israel's doing in Gaza. And I mean, obviously that would not be the end of it, but...
You are left with polarization of society and inner fighting, and you have to control that. And you see that already happening across the world. So this is an urgent need.
With these douche nozzles, well, you know, that's enough. You get the idea. You get the idea. What's so infuriating is that, like, if the overwhelming majority of the people agree to the First Amendment, like, as a social contract, then the First Amendment will never lead to the repeal or quashing of the First Amendment. Why are you staring at me, kitty? You've been staring at me all day, weirdo. Yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of that. I'm curious what you think before I head out for the night. Interesting. That is that's quite an understatement. Quite an understatement. You know what's funny is like I looked for this video clip on the CNBC YouTube page. It's not on there. I had to scroll through the bowels of Twitter. Social compact. We stop litigating it like that around. Well, okay. So it's not about litigation. No, like there's honestly, it's like, unfortunately, like unfettered free speech like we currently have it, it will eventually, I know, but that is just a fun fact. Yeah. Like it'll eventually lead to the suppression of free speech because what'll happen is the loudest authoritarian speakers will eventually, you know, use propaganda to take control and then limit the speech of those they don't like. So, but that's where we're at. And what's funny is like, this is like I've been bitching about these billionaires for the longest time. And like, it's almost like they want us to be anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Like, I kind of feel like they're trying to foment that distrust, that hatred. Anyway, thoughts for another day. I'm gonna grab a snack, then go to bed. I have the tired's. I might hop on here tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how I feel when I wake up. Well, either way, it will result in that. Think about it. If you say we must limit their speech, yeah, result in censorship. So either we censor the authoritarians, and authoritarians realize they can just change their tactics to redefine it. So it's not about censoring authoritarians. Like the reason why the only way it'll work, if the overwhelming majority agree to adhere to it as a social contract, not a legal outline, is because the people that engage in like the hate speech, you know what I mean, like these all these Nazis on Twitter, is shame. They have to be shamed out of existence. You know what I mean? That's the only way it stays. Otherwise, their voice, like, look at what's happening now. This freaking Nick Fuentes, like, you had the Republican Party, right? Old school Republicans. Then the Tea Party comes in, and there's a slight shift to the political right. And the Republican Party knows that they have to keep that group if they want to, you know, win majorities in elections. So the whole party shifts to the right. You see it again with MAGA. Same thing. There's a rightward shift, and the Republican Party follows it to try to keep that base. And then now you have the Nick Fuentes guys, like the super racist, segregationist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic right, and they're trying to pretend like you got people like Ben Shapiro, who pretty much hates all minorities except Israeli Jews. And he's acting like he's surprised, like he didn't know that this was going to be the natural outcome of this constant shift to the right. But they're trying to like talk shit about them, saying, "Oh, this isn't, like screw these guys," but it's not going to be enough because at the end of the day, the party they know they have to capitulate to the farthest of the right wing if they want to keep enough votes to have a chance of securing majorities. But I'll leave you with that positive news. Like I said, I might be on here tomorrow. I don't know, no promises. But thanks for the the 3-minute chat. Appreciate it. Indeed. Dropping some knowledge.